It's stream 402. I'm just seeing if we have the transcoding options now. And yes, we do. All right, welcome, friends. Those who are here at the stream start, such as Nui. Hello. So, interesting discussion in Discord since the last stream. There are discussions about the Rust executor. Is it single-threaded or multi-threaded? So I would like to run an experiment today to see if the tools I've made in Rust, which use asynchronous functions, are actually single-threaded or multi-threaded. The test I'm going to do is in every asynchronous task that I have set up in my tools, I want to actually have them log which thread ID is the current thread, and we'll see if we get more than one. Hey there, Plasma. So it's certainly possible that we'll end up getting multiple thread IDs, which means I'm going to want to have to go through the tools and add mutexes, and then remember from that point on that, hey, don't make assumptions about what Microsoft in their COM terminology would call the apartment in which our code is running. So if you've ever worked with my old Microsoft code with the COM system, you'll recognize words like single-threaded apartment, multi-threaded apartment, thread-neutral apartment, that kind of thing. It's all about the threading model that your asynchronous code is running in. So right now it's ambiguous. We don't know if we're single-threaded or multi-threaded. We just know we're asynchronous with futures. But it's important to know if you're multi-threaded, because if you are, you could have futures being run concurrent or simultaneously and then have problems with things like RC, reference counted pointer, and potential race conditions and crashes, and would require using mutex instead, which is heavier than RC. Hey there, C17 Arc, greetings program. So I'm going to do an experiment today again, like I said before. We're going to see if our tools in Rust are single-threaded or multi-threaded. I think it's really easy to do that. We'll just print out the thread ID. As long as we can get the thread ID from Rust, that's the kicker. I don't know how to do that yet. So let's say we get past this. The extra work I have planned that is sort of a preload to using Rust more with my game is to see if we can run Lua inside of Rust. My target right now is to replace the entity component system in my game. That really huge thing I was working on yesterday needs to be refactored anyway. What if I attacked that and did that in Rust and moved all of the game's data from JSON into Rust structures? And then I was thinking last night, kill two birds with one stone. So get more practice with Rust, getting it integrated into the game, and tackle the problem about the entity component system code being too complex and in need of refactoring. So doing both at the same time might be cool, might be a challenge, might be fun. I'm going to go for it. Hey there, Luma Code. And if I need a break, there is some alternative work I have in my plan that I might do, which is to go back to the Moon Unit program, get it working again with TestMate, since TestMate changed something that broke Moon Unit. Getting it to work would be one step, and then porting it to Rust would be another. Since it's a standalone program, it's another potential candidate for some practice with Rust. And that's why I wanted to experiment with Lua first. If I understand how to get Lua working in Rust, since Moon Unit really is just a test runner host for Lua tests, then we would be able to know how to write that in Rust. All right, so let's start working. Learning how to tell what thread our code is in when running in Rust. Let's make that our current task. And we're off. Let's see. Someone start the timer. Now, did I forget to do anything starting up the stream? I have the current task up. I have the work rave going. I have the current day's plan. I have the link. I have the link in Discord. I don't think I missed anything. All right. So back to here. let me find the tools. They're under tools, Rust, source, bin. So scripts is the one I'm most interested in because this one has 3 concurrent tasks. Along with the common part in the library crate, we have up to 3 concurrent futures that we're running. The sync and source are operating the WebSocket connection to the game server, and then there's tool work. And scripts has tool work. So if we look for the function other work, it is going to let's stop other work. Other work. Or did I call it other stuff? Yes. Other stuff has this boxed and pinned feature, which is processing a channel, which is mixing together 3 different things. So there's a event to begin watching the file system. So we set up a notify watcher. And the other one is a file system event generated by that watcher. And that is set up with this closure here. So whenever the watcher has an event, we're going to take the channel the same channel we're actually reading from, we're going to take that channel, write an event to it there. So that shows up here. And we handle events in this tool by looking at what kind of change it was. So if a file was created, we'll call on local script added. If there is a rename, it's actually in 2 events. For first, we have to cache what the previous name was. And then when we get the new name and we have both, we can call on local script renamed. And then for the modify event, we call on local script updated. And remove, it's on local script removed. So the point of this tool is to see if any files changed locally to synchronize with the server. So upload any changes to the server, that kind of thing. And this task is dedicated to looking at the local file system, while the other 2 tasks are processing the WebSocket connection to the server. Hey there, man. I'm just giving a recap of what this script tool does that you've seen me work on. I'm going to now modify this to find out whether or not the tasks, the futures here, are actually being executed in different threads, as is hypothesized. Almost sounds like I said, as prophesized. So first things first, let's go to sync feature. I need to inject something in here that will tell us what the thread ID is when this is running. So I think what I'll do is in the map, we'll make a decorator for the OK factory. That's right, it's Rust again, Pro Table Flipper. And if you would like to flip a table like that, feel free to flip the table, because you're the pro table flipper. I'm sure you'll do it professionally. Yeah, I hope that Rust is an okay topic to cover today. Otherwise, feel free to flip tables. I am always happier when I get to work on Rust. And when I have to go back to C++, I get sad. So let's continue with Rust, shall we? Yep, there we go. That very professionally flipped there, I must say. Okay, so the OK is technically a function. It is going to be the factory for producing a result whose value is OK, given this T, which in this case is going to be the the message that the WebSocket carries. Not sure you'll be happy with the answer of how to get the thread ID. Uh-oh. If required, I might have to pull out the heavy guns and use the FFI to call C++ to get the current thread ID. I'm prepared to do anything to get that thread ID. I'm just hoping that there's a Rust function to just query the current thread somehow. If not, we'll have fun with the FFI. How about that? All right, so let me make a function okay with thread ID. OK, and report thread ID. And it's going to wrap... Well, it's going to need to be generic because it's going to wrap the type that goes in here. So it's going to take a T and return a result T. Wait, I need to know the error type for this. How would I know that? It's part of unbounded, which is part of unbounded receiver, which is, I should probably just bring up the documentation, shouldn't I? I don't even have my shell running. Let's run the shell. Heavy guns, that's right. Flip the table if you can't get it, that's right. Wouldn't standard thread current ID work? Hey, maybe. Hey there, Silmith. How are you doing? Oh, my stream helper isn't sorting correctly. Okay. Oh. I was meant to say hello to Silmith. There we go. So I got said hi to Pro Table Flipper twice by accident. All right. Let's just give this one the passphrase, and I'm going to want to run the server, right? So I'm going to want to go and do serve, and I don't need the front end. Oh, let's run it anyway. npm start, and then in here we'll run Rust stuff, and I'm going to want to start. The first thing I want to do for Rust is do, actually I don't need to do, let's do cargo doc. To do cargo doc and get this running, I need to at least close the start thing I opened here. Let's just comment it out for a sec. Okay, and then do cargo doc. Let's just do cargo doc. I can open it separately. It's an opaque type. That's okay. We can unsafely print it, or we can debug it or something, right? Your internet is bad? I'm sorry, your internet's bad. You can only compare this thread ID to other thread ID. You can convert to U64, but only on nightly. Hey, well, if we have to pick nightly, we have to pick nightly, right? I'm hoping we can at least debug print it. We'll see. Okay, we got our docs. So open Chrome and go to that link. And then I have unbounded receiver to look at. All right. So what is actually it's not going to be unbounded receiver, is it? Maybe it is actually. I think because we didn't bind the type here, it binds it depending on the types we get from this. So I really want to look up this guy, don't I? Yes, so it's a stream of connect stream. Or which one do I click on? Connect stream? No. I think I want WebSocket stream, don't I? Or yeah, I want WebSocket stream. I want to know what is the thing we're wrapping. So what do I want? Send? No, not send. Shoot. Sync. Message. Here we go. Message is... Oh, no, there we go. WS error. That's the error type. Right. So... I wonder if I could just make that another trait bound here? Like E? Like that? Since I don't care what it is. Unsafe. Hey there, Nightshade dude. How are you doing? Could use hash to get sudo U64. Yeah, as long as we can tell if they're different somehow. Didn't realize it influenced debug all as well. Okay, good. Could also use unsafe directly to transmute it to a struct. Yeah, whatever we have to do, Silmith, whatever we have to do. The horror! Yeah, unsafe. That's okay, it's an experiment. So if this is given a T, and we're just wrapping it... Actually, it's not going to be a T, is it? No, it is a T, and we're wrapping it in an OK. That's the whole point of this, right? So, how does that work, actually? Oh, because we just give it messages, and it puts it into a result for us to forward to this... Okay, I get it. So, wait, here. So, I'm going to... let's just see if we can just return it. OKT, all right? And then we'll use this instead of OK. And see if that works. Okay, it didn't work. Cannot find it. It's up here. Wait a minute. Cannot find it. Cannot find it. Do I need to say self ... Aha. There we go. Cool, I did it. I put in a decorator. Okay, so cargo bill... Oh, no, I learned yesterday you can do cargo... Someone remind me, is it cargo run -- bin scripts? Is that how you do it? I think that's how you do it, right? And then I can give arguments after that. Hey there, Eddie Pedrasor. So you need to check 2 memory representations are identical. You could use into bytes. Interesting idea. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Self : yep, got it. It has non-zero U64. Thread ID, non-zero U64, so mem transmute to U64 should work if you have no other choice. Okay, we have lots of things we could do, right? So this is sync, and then I need the path, so that's... actually, I need to run this from the stage. / realm server source ECS scripts. And what am I missing here? The realm, so that should be first, right? And there it goes. It's connecting, authenticating, and now it's running. Okay. So that means that it's passing through the decorator correctly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to send anything, right? So now, in addition to doing OK, let's get dirty with the thread ID. So I'm going to leverage chat. Thank you very much, chat. And we're going to try standard thread current ID. Let current thread ID equal that, and let me see what happens if I just run it through the debug. In that case, I don't even need the let, right? Let's see what that does. Debug works unstable. Yeah, we'll find out right now. Connecting. Oh, look at that. We got thread 1. Thread ID 1. Although 1 is sort of a suspicious thread ID. I'd feel more comfortable if it gave me an opaque number that ended up being like the operating system's thread ID. Anyway. That's working so far. So that's the sync. Now let me do the source. The source is easier because we actually have the future ourselves here somewhere, right? Yeah, so I can do it inside of this handle message event. Because this is done synchronously when for everything passing through that source. So I can just do it here. And I can do it right here. Debug standard thread current ID. There you go. Now that's blocking because this was running, right? I think so. Okay, here we go. So there we go. By the line number, you can tell the different futures, right? They're all in the same thread. So far, so good. So the only thing left to instrument is... Okay, there are 2 things I need to do. Need to instrument the third future, and then if we still get thread ID 1, I'm going to doubt that the thread ID current thread is actually working. We'll on purpose spawn another thread to get the thread ID, And it may be for extra measure, we should try to figure out what the operating system's thread is exactly using some lower level thing. And async Rust isn't doing green threads, so that ID 1 makes sense. What we want to make sure is it safe to use RC? Because I'm using that here and there, right? And it's actually most important in this scripts thing because we reference the tool zone state. So actually it's the WebSocket, right? So the WebSocket is handled through a reference counted smart pointer, which is not thread safe. So if it turns out that this is running in another thread, this would be dangerous to use, right? The only join I'm doing is for the futures at the bottom here. Futures join. That's the only join I'm doing. The way we're running the whole thing was... Where is that? Right here. Futures executor block on, but was discussed in my Discord in the last 24 hours, is that even if we go through futures executor block on, because I'm using async std, it's possible that the runtime that spawned auto-magically might end up spawning threads to run some of our asynchronous stuff, which would be a problem. I want to make sure that I know whether it is single-threaded or not. Yeah, so if the executor is multi-threaded, then your futures must be send, which they are, but I don't know if the compiler would detect that the use of things like this is safe from different threads. You don't think it's multi-threaded because REST allows RC. Well, that's the hope, right? But I wanted to put it to rest. It would be great if I could know for sure by definition, like if it was in some documentation somewhere. But experimental output is acceptable as long as we're pretty exhaustive about it. I think they spawn their own executor, but they give their values back to you, so your own code runs your thread. So you're guessing here? So you're guessing because I am doing the, where is it? The futures executor block on, it's probably safe, right? Which is my hope. If I were to like use a different executor, then sure, they might go on different threads. I'd be okay with that. The only way it'd be multi-thread is if you started the async standard executor, okay. But I do some interesting things down here, like I use standard async task block on, and I don't fully understand how that works. Maybe this spawns another thread, who knows? Based on those discussions, I want to keep those links. I don't want to lose those, so let me grab your links and give you a point for that. Thank you for the information. And I keep clicking the wrong button here. Point. RC, it's sync and send, but not sync. Yes, it's not thread safe, but you can send it across threads. Yeah. All right. Anyway, interesting discussion, right? I am the Rust newbie. A lot of you are Rust experts, so you could probably debate it in a lot more detail than I can. I am going to just experiment here. So the third future is here. The future is now. I suppose what we should do is every event here, right? We should just do it here. Debug standard thread current ID. Oops. ID. There we go. So now the file system stuff will spawn, will print out its thread ID. And there we go. It's thread 1. But let me actually let the tool run a little bit. So we'll go to the attack script and just, I like mucking with the attack script. Just change something in there. That should trigger a bunch of things from different futures, which, yeah, they're all reporting thread ID 1. That makes me suspicious that it's always 1. So I think what I want to do those two other things. I want to actually spawn another thread just to have it print out its thread ID. And I think I want to also try to get at what the underlying operating system thread is, and then see if I can get the same thread ID as I get if I use, let's use this tool called Task, what is it called? Process Explorer. So let me bring that up. The program is still running, right? So I could probably find it in this list. I'm not showing it on screen. I'm just finding it in the list here. I'll click it. There it is. Here's what Process Explorer tells me. It tells me that there are a lot of threads. It's interesting. It knows it's in standard sys Windows thread impl new thread start. And this one, it seems to be getting some delta, so let's look at its... Yeah, so this is running notify Windows read directory changes. So it must be polling at some point. It's waking up a little bit every period, every measurement period, and running around 78, 79. Oh no, this is counting up. What's the incremental? Oh, cycles delta, right? So it's running maybe 1 million cycles every period. I think every period is a second. Feels like a second to me. So about 1 million cycles a second it's doing. So maybe 1/1000th of the time it's waking up and doing some polling. Now if I left that here, made this a little bit smaller, and then this is going to be tricky. How do I show all of this at once? Because if I go here, you won't see the window anymore. If I'm really quick, if I change that, if I hit save and really quick tab back, okay, so there are some other threads that are running. Let's see if I can isolate which one it is. It would be cool if I could get this thread ID number, the Windows thread ID. So instead of saying 1, it should be saying 17,252, right? Okay, so this thread is running, and so is 6200. This one is parked where? This is the main thread, it looks like. Interesting. So this must be a separate thread which the watcher is using to poll. Now what is this one? I have no idea what this is. Small reactor sys reactor wait. Okay, so there's a third thread that's getting some time to run every once in a while. Interesting. You should try cargo flame graph. What's that? Could probably remove that generic function which prints the thread ID and returns the input. You mean what do you mean by remove the generic function? The main thread waits on incoming events, so has activity only when it's notified. See, I'm guessing internally the watcher is sending messages from here back to our main thread. That's my guess. Okay, let me roll back and chat a little bit to understand. Suggested you look at some system process monitors, see how many threads you're programming. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So actually quite a lot of threads, but most of them are parked, not doing any cycles per second. Even when we're doing work, which is interesting to me. I wonder if they're like a thread, if some of these are in a thread pool of some kind. So I make it do work like by doing that. I have to have this set up so I can alt tab immediately. But you can see while it's doing some work, there are some threads that are cycling. Let me put this on the other screen, and although you can't see it, I'll be able to see it the instant I hit save. Yeah, it's just those 2 other threads. No other threads are getting any cycles executed at all. None of these other threads are waking up. It's only 10,812 and 6,200 that are waking up and doing something. And then this one, which seems to be waking up all the time. You learn that the compiler uses send and sync to ensure data trace-free code. But yeah, my understanding is that send means you can take an object and give it to another thread. And sync means it's safe to use it from 2 threads simultaneously. And RC is not sync, right? So I use that RC type, and it's not thread safe. So I wanted to make sure that we're not actually using our objects from multiple threads simultaneously. Notify. So what do you mean by notify crate spawns a thread? Oh, you mean the watcher. So this is probably the watcher's thread, as evidenced by the root being notify Windows read directory changes server run, right? So we could probably, if we look at the source code for notify and we look for read directory changes server, we could probably find this function, right? More profiling, but really cool. I mean, I will take your suggestion. Do you think it would help in the current experiment to run flame graph? I guess we could play around with it. Hey, this is a Rust experiment day, right? Let me give Plasma a point. Try to see if any threads are created by async standard. Okay. If there are async standard threads, they'd be woken only on network activity. But there is network activity. Whenever I hit save, whenever I change this file and hit save, it's actually sending and receiving on the WebSocket. So, right, this updating script attack is actually sending to the WebSocket. That's why we get these events that are processed by the WebSocket. We're both sending and receiving on the network. So it's doing, but it's doing it all within those 3 threads. If the compiler compiles it as thread safe, unless you found some weird, yeah, I'm just worried. I'm worried about, because I don't understand the implementation, that I might be missing something. You have a lot of auto threads. Yeah, what are they? Who knows? Maybe it's Rust doing Bitcoin mining. Okay, this one, I'm just looking at the call stack to see if I can understand it. Can I copy all and then show this here? That would be neat. So you guys, oh, you can, I can, so you guys can see it. So this thread is doing this. It never actually executes. So what's it waiting for? Any hints here? Support task locals. We see small a lot. Async standard. Task locals wrapper. There's the runtime. Looks like those are async standard executor threads. So it's an executor thread that's just sitting there with no work to do, right? Fundamentally, it's waiting to be, it's sleeping on a condition variable. So it's waiting to be signaled. And it's in some kind of parking thing. So it's been told, I guess, to wait for more work. Yeah, okay. What's another thread we can look at? That's 812. Let's just go down numerically. This looks like the exact same thing. So I think it's just a pool of threads that async standard started for us. Yeah, these are all the same. What about this one? This one's different. This is in something called small. I'll let you guys see this. This thread actually runs for a bit. You know what I'm going to try to do? I'll try to capture a stack trace when this thread is actually doing something. So that means I'm going to have to go here and make a change and then really quickly tab back and grab the stack trace there. So do that. Grab a stack trace. That looks the same. Looks the same. I want to actually capture doing something. Nope, I couldn't do it. It's always looks the same. It's kind of hard to capture a thread doing something when spending very few of its cycles. So let me try again. Okay, it's running. You refresh until I see something different. No, I'm not seeing anything different. So I can't capture what this thread might be doing. Even though it has some cycles, it's, yeah. Let me see if I can capture what the main thread is doing. Yeah. Put that back. Refresh this a bit. No. Can't get a different stack trace on that main thread. Let me show what the main thread is doing. So, this is what one of the threads that sometimes wakes up does. It looks like it's just waiting on a I/O completion. So it's some kind of I/O thread. I wonder if this is the one that's doing the networking. Okay, see you, Silmith. As always, thank you for your useful tips and advice and ideas. Small's yet another async runtime is written by one of the async standard authors, so we actually had 2 runtimes maybe cooperating. It is 715209. We're experimenting with Rust threads right now. And also hello to, how do I say your name? Paolo Barberlini? I'm not saying it right. I'll just say Paulo. Hello. All right, the other thread I wanted to show you was, this is what the main thread is sitting in. So it sometimes wakes up. Let me see if I can reason out what it might be doing. I'm going to guess this is the one, this is thread 1 that's actually doing our work, but it's really hard to capture it because it only runs a few cycles, right? Let's do this again and we'll see if we can count the number of cycles. If I could get a cycle count total for that thread. Yeah. And I can just look at the different numbers. So it's, let's see the number of threads total. So I wish I could copy paste from here. 7, 3, 4, 8, 1, 2, 6, 4, 8. All right, and then we let the thread do some work, which is to change that and then let it run for a while. Okay, and then the new number is 774. Or 77930. Minus that equals, there's a way to evaluate here, right? Eval. Okay, it's running just shy of 40 million instructions. So that's really not a whole lot, right? If my processor cores are at, 1, 2, 3 billion instructions per second, and it's only running 40 million instructions, that's really not very much time. It's going to be really hard for me to capture a stack trace of what it's doing. Hey there, Quirt. How are you doing? You just discovered my channel? Hi! If you're new to my channel, I have a short YouTube video that you can watch to get an intro. Or you can jump right into my game. It has no content yet, but it's full of test stuff, so have at it. Break it. Let me know how what you think. It is inspired by the Ultima 4 and 5 games from the late 1980s. It looks like this. If I was a real player, it would look more like this, where this is a dark cavern, and there's some lights there because there's lava, because we're playing with the lighting. And down here we have a magical boat that goes back and forth along the water, and there's a super secret hidden treasure chest there, which I'll leave it up to you to figure out how to open. Anyway, I have done most of this game from scratch in C++, Lua, and JavaScript. And I have recently learned the Rust programming language. And because I enjoy working with Rust so much, I'm learning, it's all really fun, and looking for ways to exercise my Rust knowledge and get some more practice and maybe even integrate it into my game. So one of the things I've done so far is some of the tools that I run in the background to do admin type stuff, I have ported from Python to Rust. So for example, this script, which I am right now experimenting with to see what threads things are running in, it automatically keeps in sync the game's scripts between what's running in the game and what I have on my computer. It does this by talking to the server through a WebSocket while simultaneously monitoring the local file system, and if anything changes, it uploads changes to the server. So the experiment today is to find out, because I am using asynchronous Rust with code that looks like this, where we have 3 different future asynchronous tests that we're joining, basically concurrently running 3 different loops. As each one has more progress to make, it will run a little bit further. And I want to test to make sure that this is all running in one thread, because although I'm doing asynchronous Rust, I am not making thread-safe decisions. And my assumption going into this was, the way I'm running my futures is through futures executor block on. My understanding, naively, is that this is going to be single-threaded, and that the caller of this function is, whatever thread that was running in, is going to be running all of the things inside of this future, which ends up executing all of the futures that are joined together. So it was raised in my Discord in the last day that, hey, that assumption might not be right. And I don't know enough about Rust low level to tell. So I thought, hey, let's run some experiments. So what I've been doing today is, with these extra debug statements, basically asking Rust, what thread are we running in? And then print it out on the console. And I did that in all 3 of the different contexts, these different futures. And so far, we're getting that they all say thread ID 1, 1, 1, 1. And because I'm skeptical of the whole thing, we're looking at process monitor, and I grabbed the process that our tool is running in, and we're looking at all the threads in it. I wish I could make the font size bigger here so you could see. But essentially, there's one thread that's, lightly busy. So every second it runs about 1 million cycles, which is 1/1000th or less of the CPU. Remember, it's like the total number of cycles in 1 second for one core is whatever the frequency of the processor is. So if it's a 2 gigahertz processor, we got 2 billion instructions roughly. It's not exactly because this is a CISC architecture, so one instruction might take many cycles, and because of pipelining and stuff, it could take less. So it's just a very, very, very crude estimate. I guess for the sake of being conservative, we could say maybe not 1 or 2 billion cycles per second. Let's just go with, like, I don't know. Let's just say 100 million, just arbitrarily. Even so, if it's running less than 1 million cycles, it's going to be less than 1% of our CPU, which is reflected here, actually. And reasoning that when we look at the stack trace for this thread, the bottom of it is notify Windows read directory changes server, that this thread is something internal to one of the components I'm using, which is called the notify watcher. This thing, notify watcher. We spawn it here and tell it to watch the file system for changes so that we can report back to the server if anything is added, changed, removed, updated, that kind of thing. But the theory is that either this watch here or this new immediate is going to spawn this asynchronous, spawn this other thread, and it's sort of, polling in the background a little bit once in a while. It doesn't seem to be running my code directly, though. What I think is happening internally is it's sending a message to the main thread, which is parked here, not running anything, because the moment that I actually change a file on the file system that we're monitoring, I change that 21 back to a 20 or something like that, we see immediately that thread kicks off and this other one up here. This is our main thread. We can see that call stack. We can actually see where it's called from our code. This is our run function, which is calling the block on. And my theory is that whenever a file system changes, this thread sees it and then sends a message which this thread wakes up and processes in my future. And then this other thread, I'm guessing because the root of this is, the top of this stack is waiting for an I/O completion. This is probably the one that's waiting for a network activity. But it also probably is sending its work back to the main thread, because when we print out what Rust considers to be the current thread ID, from all three contexts, we always get 1. So I think we're safe in assuming that my Rust code is single-threaded, that there are other threads, but they're sending messages back to the main thread before my code runs, so we're probably safe. But I want to be extra safe. What would be really cool is if I could figure out in Rust how to get these same thread IDs to show up here, all right? And then there was one more thing I was going to do. What was it? Oh, I was going to explicitly spawn another thread in Rust to see what it says its thread ID is. Hopefully it'll say like 2 or 3 or something. Let me catch up and chat a little bit. Hey there, Cat Peasant. And Mr. Balrog, hello to you. My good Balrog. How come I'm not... Oh, there it is. Did you hear about the new incredible basketball documentary on Netflix? It's called A Tall Tale. All right. Are you saying basketball players are tall? Is that a stereotype? And Cloudhawk, how are you doing today? I'm looking for Cloudhawk's message. I don't see it. Was that a while ago and I missed it? It was at 9:50. Okay, it was about 9 minutes ago. Sorry about that. There it is. It's in light green for me. Okay, so that's the point where Cloudhawk said hi is basically where I started missing chat. So Plasma said Small started a separate project, but now async standard shifted to use it under the hood because it was better. Okay. And can't you see the threads in debug? Well, this is what we're seeing when we debug the threads. We see just one. We don't see the operating system thread ID. I would feel more comfortable if we saw that number. Hint, you can open it with your teeth. I don't know the context of that. Quest of the Rhymevatar. There we go. Random fact for everybody who's listening right now. Omni-Arania, its previous incarnation was Quest of the Masters. That's what teenage Raimu named his game concept. But it's now Omni-Arena. So now I'm not even going to put it in print. Anybody who happens to be listening right now knows a bit of trivia. They know what the game used to be named. The only other people who knew the previous name of the game were people in my family and friend circle. So now you guys are in on it. When you said you would let them figure out how to open the chest. Oh, with your teeth? Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Just have to figure out how to use your teeth in the game. If you want to see what async task blocking is really doing, the best way is to go to the docs and click the source button. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Thank you for that suggestion, Plasma. I'll give you a point for that. CF future output T. There is no F send plus static. As in, it doesn't send it to another thread. Is that what that means? I am pretty good, Cloudhawk. Thank you for asking. Let's just say that the height challenge individuals in comparison are cut short. Oh, another joke within a joke. Good job, Mr. Balrog. You meant the VS Code debugger when you said you can see... Oh, that's a good point. Point for you, 715-209. So I could run this in the debugger and hit break and see them too, right? Let's do that. Let's attach... Actually, this will be a problem because I'm running in the release build. Let me start it up again in the debug build. To do that, I got to... Actually, maybe this is the debug build. How do we know? Actually, I should have known from this. It was the debug build, so I could have just attached the debugger to it. Let's do that. Let's attach the debugger. You ready, chat? We're going to attach the debugger. Cargo run should be debug. Yeah, you're right. Okay, running in the debugger. Let us attach the debugger. I can just go to attach. What thread ID are we? I mean, what process ID are we this time? We are process 16948. Attach, please. Scripts. There it is. Okay, we are attached, chat. We're in. There are our threads. So... I guess we could watch it with this thing. Yeah, we have our one thread running, and if I make some changes to the script again, we see two other threads kick off. They're right next to each other this time. Isn't that lovely? So this one's obviously the main thread. Okay, let's put some breakpoints in the way. So I guess we'll start with where I started before, right? Let's just put a breakpoint on yeah, I think this will put it to rest, because if the debugger shows me the actual thread ID and that matches what we see in Process Explorer in Windows, I'll be happy. The only thing I might still have a little bit of doubt on is what if it's tricky in that sometimes it schedules it for the main thread and sometimes it schedules it for a different thread. But I think we would see that if... Oh, what was that? Bunch of threads just ran and then dropped. I wonder if that's something the debugger attaching the debugger does. I know attaching the debugger to a process does start to do weird things where you start to get other threads. All right, I'm not going to let that worry me. Let me find where I was here. I did catch up in chat, right? If I want to do release, yeah, I do cargo run release, yeah. You don't know how to attach? It's not that hard. You, for example, use code LLDB, right? Then in your launch configurations here, you just say something like this, that it's a type CPP VS debug. Actually, I'm not even using LLDB, I guess. LLDB would be a different one, right? This is using the Visual Studio debugger. Oh, it was in my other project that I switched the type. So for this one, it's going to end up using the debugger associated with this plugin, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You figure out what kind of debugger you want, and then you do process ID. You do request attach process ID, pick process, and then when you run it, it does that drop down, and then you just pick which process you want to attach to. Would you say the debugger is overly attached? Maybe. Believe that the async functions are not really 100% on all OS. Not all OSs have proper async standard calls. So something Rust async functions create internal threads to simulate async. Well, we know at least that the watcher is running another thread because we can see it running here, right? In fact, I can be sneaky and see the thread ID and just pause that thread and see where it is. This one. Let's pause it. All right, it doesn't have the source code for libstandard. That's fine. But we can see, that's the main thread. Wait. What? How come it's not showing the thread IDs? Oh, because it only shows the thread IDs while we're running? Interesting. So I hope this is the thread that we paused. No, they're all paused. I don't know which one we're on. Is it this one? Oh, the cursor is on that one. There we go. This is probably it, right? Yeah, here we go. We're sitting here at wait for single object, wake up semaphore 100. Oh, there we go. It's waiting, what, 100 milliseconds? Is that what this does? So I take it if I put a breakpoint here, we'd get there after 100 milliseconds. Let's try it. Go. There we are. Go again. There we are. So it's polling. It's in unsafe code polling every once in a while. We've proved it. Yep. It's unsafe. Ah! Unsafe. Anyway, that solves the mystery of what that thread was doing. It is some kind of polling loop deep inside of notify windows. All right, so let's remove that breakpoint and tell it to resume. Hopefully we didn't break the program. I think we're good. Let me, it's interesting. It's not showing me the thread IDs anymore. Was that a different window that we were looking at? A system call is unsafe? Yeah, I think so, especially if you give them pointers. That's probably what it is, right? Rust probably says, hey, if you have to go outside of Rust, it's unsafe. Let's see. Maybe this entire system library is I don't know. Yeah, actually, why is it unsafe? This is not declared to be anything unsafe. It might be because this is technically a pointer. Who knows? Okay, that is milliseconds. So yeah, it's waking up 10 times a second. So every 10 times a second, this is waiting up and doing at least this. And maybe this. The thread was the notify crate. Yeah, we know. This is within the notify crate. Got it. Yep. It's in an extern block. Rabbit hole. Yeah, I'm okay digging down with the rabbit hole. I've done embedded software before. I'm not scared. We'd assume it's an FFI call. Yeah. Think we could see that here somewhere, right? Well, it's declared here. What does this extern system mean? Does that mean it's available through some other dependency? And this system is that the name? That either is the name of a crate or an external dependency, or it's just some convention, like a calling convention? Is that what it is? This is just saying it's a system calling convention and it's external somewhere. Use the FFI to figure it out so that at linker time, you would better link with something that gives you the definition of that. I mean, I recognize these functions. These are from the Windows DLLs. Calling convention, you guess? Yeah. Okay. So it's not like there's a special system crate. It's just saying this is maybe the calling convention, and these are available somewhere else. Like, I know set event, reset event, and wait for single object. These are part of the Windows system DLLs. Dynamic link library. From RustDocs, extern system, usually the same as extern C, except in Win32, in which case it's standard call. Oh, standard call. I remember that. Yeah. Nice. Thank you, Sir Mordred. And hello, by the way. That's very informative. Let me give you a point. And that's your first point here. Let me give you another point. You might ask me, Raimi, what are these points good for? And my answer is, not much. But in the future, if I have a successful game, you will be able to use those points for in-game rewards of some kind. We haven't figured it out yet. Hello, Stacking. How are you doing today? Everything Rust can't check is unsafe. Yeah, so that makes sense. They're like, we have no idea what's going to happen when you call this function. It's external. So yeah, you have to wrap it unsafe. Okay, I'm happy with that. Our program's still running. I think what I want to do is Can I trap what's going on in that one of those other threads, maybe? If I get the thread ID... See, it's no longer showing me the thread ID. Isn't that weird? I wonder if I set up my environment to switch debuggers, and that's why it's doing this. So what I can do is detach with this button up here, and then maybe reattach. Scripts, reattach. Oh, by the way, my friends, we're having work done on our house, so if I have to mute the audio at some point, it's because there are going to be very, very loud sounds. I don't have RTX set up today to mute them. So if I have to mute the audio and go silent for a while, I'll try to make it coincident with break time, but yeah, I just don't want you to hear really loud banging sounds. So yeah, there's something weird about we can see the thread IDs until we pause. Is the other debugger better? The other debugger had an advantage debugging slices. I posted about it in my Discord where the I was trying to look at a slice in a function and the Visual Studio Debugger just lost its mind. But I think it was Man or someone else told me to use this code LODB, and I must have set something up to use this, and no, it's type LODB. So yeah, I don't know what it is. I must have done something to try this out at one point, but I used this and it had a much better debugging experience for slices in the watch window. But now that I think about it, we're attaching with VSDebug, not LODB, so I don't know why we're seeing this phenomena where it tells me the thread IDs until I hit pause. Maybe it's because it doesn't know the call stack yet. That's probably what it is, right? The stack trace is probably... the tool probably thinks, oh, it's much more important for you to know the stack trace than to know the thread ID. Which makes me think, I wonder if it's possible to get the thread ID back later. Let me trigger some work here to find out that other thread that's doing some work, and I want to pause it and see which crate it ends up coming from. Where am I? I need to go back here and change the file again. Attack Lua. All right, to change it to 20. And then quickly glance back here. Okay, so it's either this thread or this thread down here. Okay, it's this one. So I want to see what thread 16632 is doing. 16632. Oh, here you are. Pause. And where's my cursor now? It is right here. All right. I don't think that's the right one, though. It was doing like reactor or something, right? Yeah, I don't think this is the right one. Now, can I get the thread IDs from this? Can I like right click and see it? No. How do I know what thread ID is what now? Well, that's a bummer. I don't know how to figure out what the thread ID is after I stop. Anyone happen to know? Because that's sort of important. I need to know which thread is 16632. Yeah, I mean, this one is just saying it's waiting on a condition variable. I think this is not 16632. Because 16632 was calling nt... Well, I guess we could look and find out which thread is calling nt remove IO completion ex. Yeah, that sounds like a better option to me. It's probably this one, right? Because it looks different. No, this is the notify, so it's not that one. It's one of these other guys. We gotta like peek at all of them. That's a condition wait variable, another condition variable, another one, another condition wait variable. Condition variable wait, I should say. Another condition variable, another one. Wow, there sure are a lot of them. A lot of threads that are not doing any work for us. A lot of unemployed threads, I guess you could say. All right. I feel like I'm going to eventually find it. Oh, I found it. Here we are. Reactor junk. It's interesting. So where is it waiting here? Aha. Get queued completion status for an IO completion handle in port poll inside of the... What? The crate are we in? WE poll build. Whatever that is. I have no idea. Anybody have any idea? We're in WE poll build, whatever that is. Okay, now we've crossed a boundary into another crate. We're in small now. Syscall E poll wait. We're waiting on some kind of handle, apparently. The reactor is part of the executor which waits for the OS to tell it to do something is done. Okay, so maybe this is the networking stuff. All the networking stuff funnels into here. Block on IO events. Okay. This looks fun. Doesn't this look fun, chat? Waiting on the condition variable. Whoa. The condition variable. I'm guessing it's just funneling all the network IO through this guy. Actually, out of curiosity, if I put a breakpoint on the very next line and hit go, and then cause some IO to happen, will we see it actually, see where it goes? Let's try it. So to force some IO, I will change the script again. Oh, yep, it happened. There we are. We've woken up because of some IO. Now, how do I figure out where this goes? I guess step through. Enter critical section. Okay, poll active count. Now we're going to port feed events. I have no idea where this is going to go. Let's get this out of the way. Where are we going? We're single stepping through code. Okay, how many events are we gonna... There's only one event? Okay. Alright. Port update events if polling. Stepping into that. Active poll count was 0, so we step out. Leaving the critical section. We're freeing some events. What is free? That looks like unsafe to me. Anyway, let's step into it. Stepping in didn't go anywhere. It must be compiled out or something. Or optimized out or whatever. Where does it actually go? I want to see this. Oh. This is actually the free function of the standard C library. C runtime library. Wow. All right. This is really unsafe. I guess this whole thing would be inside of an unsafe block. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is C code. This is not even Rust. Okay, they fooled me. This isn't even Rust. We're in some kind of C code. How do we get into C code? It's wepoll.c. We're supposed to be doing Rust, not C. Okay, now we're back into Rust. Okay, I had to hold my breath while we were still in C. That was scary. So, how many events did we get? Oh, it's is it re-entering here? Step in. How many oh, 0 events. So it woke up and had 0 events? Fire timers. A non-zero timeout was hit, so fire ready timers. How many timers are we at? And it's probably not going to tell me what that evaluated to, is it? Is that going to tell me up here? 1,000. I think that told me it was 1,000. So this is going to run 1,000 times? Okay, there was one timer removed. Its ID was... What? Not going to tell me? Guess not. Guess we didn't need to know what it was. I have no idea what remove... I'm stepping in to see what it might do. Okay, I don't know what it did. Okay, so a timer was removed and then a timer was inserted. And then we break out. Okay, get what's now? Oh, there's mem replace. Look at that. We were talking about that yesterday, right? Too bad I can't debug some of these things. I think it's because I'm not using LLDB. The debugger really doesn't know, or it could be that these variables are compiled or are optimized away or something. Timers are about to fire now. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to learn anything more. It's just fascinating to see how this stuff actually executes. I was hoping it would jump into my code at some point. Mem replace is very common. So it's doing a swap, right? Or moving something out, replacing it with a default. Wake up task. Oh, I like this. Let's step into that. What does wake up task do? What's the wake here? Scripts.exe core task wake waker wake. Core task wake waker. Interesting. What's the data? An unspecified error has occurred. I guess we're not allowed to look at data. Don't call drop. The waker will be consumed by wake. So create mem forget self. I think this is selective amnesia of some kind. Forget self. I think it's sometimes you can make funny jokes in your head about Rust just by looking at the words they use. That's an unsafe wake. Watch out, it might jump away. So I think we can step into that. Arc wake, wake arc. Wake by reference. Arc self, unparked swap. Okay. What does that do? Okay, dereference, swap, and that's it. And then we got to unpark a thread. Ooh, which thread is this? Can we learn what thread it is? Arc self thread. Okay, I don't know what that is. What is that? Optimized away somehow? Apparently it's optimized away because we don't see, unless it's under pointer. Oh, it's handled through this. I have to look at data or something, right? Thread, here we go. I want to see a thread ID. There's a pointer. Well, there's an ID. 1. Okay, so it's gonna wake up our main thread, I think. It looks like that's what I interpret this to mean. It's about to wake up our main thread. That's my guess. Where are we? I lost where we are. There's where we are. Unpark. What does unpark do? Dereference. And now we're in something we don't have source code for. It did something super secret. Can I go to the main thread right now and see where it is? Ooh. Aha, look. It woke up to do WebSocket stuff. Caught it red-handed, look at that. We caught it doing WebSocket junk. Ah, it's not waiting, it's actually running now, right? It's locked waiting for something. It's updating a waker. Interesting how that works. Anyway, I think we caught it running. So, I don't think this is actually blocked right now. So if I could set a breakpoint here, I could probably see it running, right? Ah, maybe not there. Here? Yeah. Let's put breakpoint here and here. Go. There we are. Woke up for a read. More unsafe. Unpark wakes a parked thread. Got it. Yeah. This is really fascinating. Yeah, I think Rust is assigning IDs incrementally from 1. I personally would have used the operating system thread ID because we know that those are unique. But maybe this Rust has got some other reason not to. It would be convenient because then I can match what the process explorer tells me with what I see in the debugger. But you know, that's okay. 1 is 16112, obviously. All right, so this is all assuming that what Rust considers to be a thread is the same thing as what the operating system considers a thread. I don't know enough about computer science to tell you what a green thread is or what a non-green thread is. But I'm assuming that there's sort of a one-to-one here. I could be wrong. So do I just step into that? Deref, register, release the lock, the state is transitioned, okay. I actually don't know what this is doing. This is going into registers and update the waker cell. I don't know what this does. Compare exchange. I don't think this is actually doing any work with the WebSocket. Might have actually missed it doing work with the WebSocket. Drop in place. Yeah, we might have missed. I was hoping to catch it doing something. Ooh, poll next. This might be doing something. Ready, drop in place, pending. I'm stepping in to hopefully to see something. Ooh. This might be something. No, this is still in features util. If only I could, like, decipher all of this. I'm hoping to see it, like, read or write the WebSocket, but I think I missed it. Oh, wait, we're here somehow. Resume the generator. Resume the generator. May be done. Future. Poll. It keeps going back into... Oh, what's this? Is ready. When it starts to step through macros, I get really uncomfortable. I don't know what this is doing. Oh, we're here. Oh, because I hit a breakpoint. Okay, we jumped back to our breakpoint originally here in our IO completion routine. Okay, I'm just gonna... That's enough fun. I'm pretty sure I know what's happening. It is waking up our main thread, and then our main thread is going and reading and writing the WebSocket. That's what it's doing. That's my opinion. That's my guess. Good afternoon, JT. We're just experimenting with Rust asynchronous stuff and threads and all that stuff and trying to make sure that I understand things correctly. Hey there, RazorX. Never dove into debuggers, but seeing this, you don't understand why everybody complains about them. I don't know why they complain about it either. Other than my initial experience, I had trouble looking at variables. But I found that there's an alternative debugger. So in Windows, there's a debugger that comes with the VSCPP plugin, right? And I had trouble with this debugger looking at variables, especially slices. But then one of my viewers, I think it was Man, recommended to try Code LDB debugger. And when I switched to that briefly, and it shows you how, it's through this type here. When I switched to that briefly, I was able to look at slices in the variables when stepping through a code. So I'm like, okay, we have two different debuggers. If one doesn't work, I have the other one. Look, debugging is not an exact art. To me, these tools like CodeLDB and the one that comes from C++, they can debug Rust well enough that, as you saw me just do, I can make guesses that I can then experimentally try to prove or disprove, right? And they're just, you don't need to see the incompleted picture. You don't have to be able to see the state of every single variable. Like you saw me, as I stepping through some of the variables that said, you know, couldn't evaluate or error or something like that. Not gonna get hung up on that. I'm gonna see what information can I get. A lot of it is guesses, but those guesses sort of like paint a picture that you get enough things pointing towards what the behavior probably is, and you're going to be reasonably comfortable knowing what's going on. Debug C++ standard live better be in hell. Well, we were just looking at some things that I didn't understand that were in Rust too, so that's okay. You know, the internal stuff is not supposed to be pretty. It's heavily optimized. We need Rust to run fast, right? So we sacrifice readability for speed a lot of the time. I don't need these buffers anymore, right? Don't need that. I don't need to look at our extensions. So don't need some of these. Okay. Code is still running, right? We didn't crash our program, which is actually friggin' amazing. Usually when you set breakpoints in code that is looking at timers and stuff, things go haywire. But this is actually operating reasonably well. Let's change the spec to 20 and make sure it actually does something. E7, save, and now it's 07. Cool. You know, I think I'm comfortable knowing... Oh no, I want to do one more thing. I wanted to actually put breakpoints in these three futures and see that it's the same thread. It should be main thread, right? This should be not too hard to do. I just go to my own code where I have those debugs and set breakpoints. So like here, for example, let's put a breakpoint there and then just change our file again. We should hit a breakpoint. There we go. What thread are we in? Main thread. Good. Let's move on. Next thread to check on is the sync one, right? And that's going through here. That's weird. I can't get a breakpoint on that line. Let's put a breakpoint on that. That's weird. It's not showing up. Okay, how about I just hit that once and we see it there, even though we don't see it there. And hopefully it still works. So if I change the file again, should hit a breakpoint, right? Yep. And we're in the main thread. 2 out of 3 confirmed. Clear the breakpoints and go again. And then the third one was in scripts, right? And this other stuff right here. That breakpoint works. So again, change the file again, wait for the breakpoint. That's interesting, we didn't hit the breakpoint. That breakpoint didn't work. Uh-oh. Oh, I never hit go. Okay, it's a main thread. And it's gonna hit that multiple times. Okay, yeah, I expected that. Let's just keep hitting go. Yeah. Okay. It's just going to hit that a lot of times, isn't it? Just go, let it settle, and then... yeah, I was changing the file while it was not running. Let's do one more time. Breakpoint there, change the file one time. Okay, main thread. 3 out of 3 confirmed. So it is a single-threaded program, either by design or by accident, and I'm okay with that. If I was still a little bit uncomfortable, what I would do is not use RC, but use ARC with the mutex. But I don't even think we need to protect WebSocket sync with the mutex, because I believe this is sync already. Let me confirm. If I go to the documentation and look up unbounded sender, if it implements the sync trait, it does. So it is thread safe. So I don't need to wrap unbounded sender WebSocket sync in a mutex. I would just need to just make this an ARC if I was really... if I wanted to be extra careful about this being thread safe. Wonder if you make changes concurrent, would it switch threads? You mean like use a different executor? Yeah, that's what my guess would be. So, am I using the word wrong, concurrent? My understanding was concurrent means that they're being done together, but not necessarily simultaneous, not at the same moment in time. So I've been using concurrent to mean basically what I'm doing in the join. Can we just go without breakpoints? Interesting. It still thinks that there's a breakpoint there. Anyway, when I do join here, my assumption is that when I use the word concurrent, that's what this is. That they're being done together, but not necessarily simultaneous, as in it by different threads at the same time. That's why I'm asking 71529, because I want to make sure that, that I use it correctly. I guess I could look it up. I hate using words incorrectly. So let's look up define concurrent. What's concurrent? Existing, happening, or done at the same time. Maybe I'm using the word wrong. It's two things to share state. Parallelism is two things running together that don't share state. I think two happenings around... I need a word to describe things done together, but not necessarily simultaneously, because it's sort of round robin, or it's first come, first serve. Whichever of these futures is ready, it runs it. And if two of them are ready at the same time, arbitrarily we do one, and then we do the other. We don't do them simultaneous with this executor, right? So I want to say that this is blank, but not blank. You know what I mean? So I've been saying it's concurrent, but not simultaneous, but I might not be using the right word. Can I say computer science? Concurrency is the ability of different parts, units of a program to be executed out of order or in partial order without affecting the final income. This allows for parallel execution, which can significantly... So yeah, maybe I am maybe if there's a computer science definition of concurrency, and then we can just say that I'm using that definition of concurrent. Blah, 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 blah. If it gets too deep, I will probably back out of reading this. Yeah, this is a little too deep for me. Concurrent programming is usually considered to be more general than parallel programming because it can involve arbitrary and dynamic patterns of communication, whereas parallel systems generally have predefined and well-structured communications pattern. Base goals of concurrent programming include correctness, performance, and robustness. Okay. Because the shared resources concurrent systems generally require they include some kind of arbiter somewhere to control access. So I guess concurrent is even more general than what I was thinking. Concurrent might be parallel, but might not be, right? Deterministic concurrency and coprocesses. Okay, I don't know what word to use. I've always thought parallelism means that you are executing things simultaneously. So like, as in two cores are both executing instructions at the same moment in time. Whereas my program is not happening like that, right? Here, this would, even if we have multiple cores, we're only going to utilize one of them ourselves. Of course, Watcher uses a different one, but we're using only one core, and even though we might have three things ready to run, we're only going to be able to do one at a time. I just need a word for that. Think block on for async standard spawning normal executor. I'm not using async standard block on, executor block on, I'm using futures executor block on. So that'd be another thing to try, is if I tried async standard executor block on, maybe these would all run in parallel, and then I'd have trouble with the RCs that I use. Why would you limit it at one at a time? Because then I don't need to worry about synchronization. They are all synchronized by the fact that they're running in one core. You know what I mean? 715.209. I don't have to worry about mutexes at all. If, as long as I can guarantee these are all run in one core, only one at a time, automatically synchronized. If these are allowed to be scheduled on different threads, different cores simultaneous, then I got to worry about things being thread safe, and the reference counts have to be atomic and all that stuff. So I'm just trying to keep the program simpler. Mutex, please. I don't need a mutex if these are all on one thread. Yeah, I was going to do that. I was going to try to spawn a thread and see what its thread ID was. Where should we do that? Maybe in other stuff? Just spawn one here. And I'd want to join it at the end, right? I guess we could spawn it and then join it directly. Maybe just do it here. So, like, have some fun with threads. 1. Spawn a new thread. And wait for it. Actually, I don't need it to say 1. Number 2 is well, the new thread will debug its thread ID. There we go. Con and par JPEG, for example. Let's see. That looks like a promising picture. Concurrent is 2 queues, 1 coffee machine. Parallel is 2 queues, 2 coffee machines. Okay, so that is what I was thinking of those words meaning, but I just wasn't sure if I was using the words correctly. Probably shouldn't spawn threads from within a future. Does it matter? I don't think it matters, right? Because a future, all it is just a unit of work, and the executor is performing it from some arbitrary thread context. I don't care. Yeah, we're gonna have the thread not actually use much CPU. It's gonna just print its thread ID and then quit. If it was going to run concurrently in parallel, then I would have it that we don't join it until the end, or just never join it. Okay, so yeah, that is what I was thinking. So my tool right now is running in this where there are like 3 guys, 1 executor. I like that. Let me give you a point for that. And I want to copy your link and paste it here. Whoops. There. All right. Oh, I gotta take a break soon. I'll take a break after I get this thread going. So if I remember right, it's just standard thread spawn, right? Yeah. And we do our work here. So we're just going to standard thread current ID debug that guy, right? And then we're gonna do join. There we go. That's it. That's all I wanted to do. We're still in the debugger, right? I need to I control C it. Yeah, there we go. Build and run. I got an error. Whoa, what's this error mean? Couldn't link. Why couldn't it link? Check for insufficient disk space invalid. Oh, probably because this is still attached? Let's try that again. It could be this is still attached. Quit that. Ah, Windows and your file handle. Something has a handle still open to this PDB. Maybe I need to completely close Process Explorer. And that was it. So Process Explorer was not letting me rewrite my program database file. Okay. It should have run it almost immediately. Yeah, there we go. Thread 20. Interesting. So our main thread is thread 1. The thread we spawn at that line is thread 20. I wonder if that's because there are 19 other threads. And it just assigns them in order. How many threads were there? Let me count. Yeah, linker errors are horrible because it's printing the entire linker command line, right? It's like, blah! Something went wrong. Blah! All right. How many threads do we got here? I can't minimize one window and not the other? Okay, fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I'm guessing some of these threads don't belong with Rust. If I just start with that, if that's 1, and that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18. Let's assume that it's just assigning them the next number. So that would make sense that we would get 20, because we right now have 18 threads that Rust knows about, at least. So if there was maybe 19 exited or something, or maybe 19 is one of these other 3. Maybe this one? I don't know. What's its stack? I don't think this one, no, I don't think Rust knows about this thread at all. Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna assume it matches what I'm seeing, that this got thread 20. If we're counting up from 1, it would make sense. Actually, we can confirm that just by spawning a couple more threads. Let's do for blank in 0.5 or something. Let's do it 5 times. Why do it once when you can do it 5 times? So if I understand this right and my theory is correct, then we'll see like 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 for the thread IDs, right? And I have to close Process Explorer again before the linker would work. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, look at that. I think I'm right. I think threads are assigned IDs incrementally from 1. So that's kind of cool. If we see 1, we're pretty much guaranteed it's the main thread. That's nice. Whereas with other debuggers in Windows, you really don't know what thread ID you'll get for main. Why wouldn't it just be 20? I think we end up getting 20. We get the main thread and 19 other, 18 other worker threads that other things are spawning, not me. And then the first one we spawn that's not the main thread ends up being the 20th thread that Rust knows about. Yeah. Okay, cool. See, I'm learning stuff experimentally. I love it. I love this kind of stuff. All right. Of course, I could always be proven wrong, and I just wait to be proven wrong. That'll just make me even more correct. That's the way I see it. Make a theory. This is the scientific method. You start with a theory, and then you run experiments to see if you can prove or disprove your own theory. And then even at the end, when you have evidence, someone else could run an experiment and disprove your theory. And then it only helps advance your knowledge, right? All right, so we don't need this anymore. We've had enough fun with threads. And I'm gonna call it for the threading stuff and move on to the next thing. I want to play around with Lua in Rust. And I think I'm gonna start just by looking for crates that have Lua in them, but I need to take a break first. So let me, before I forget, set the current task to be experimenting with embedding Lua in Rust. That's going to be the task when I come back. I'm going to take, I don't know, 3 minutes is probably good enough. I'll take a 3-minute break and I'll be right back. I am back. Only a few seconds late. Alright, let's look at Lua in Rust. Let's start with Rust libs. Libs.lib.rs. Let's type in Lua. I know nothing. So we have high-level bindings. We have zero-cost high-level wrapper. Based on the download numbers... What else do we have? Lua port written in Rust with no download numbers? Interesting that we have so many different bindings. I guess people just like to do it themselves. Lossless Lua 5.1 parser. You got another Lua Lexarn parser. Zero cost high level wrapper for Rust. Sources of Lua 5.1 through 5.4 and logic to build them. I'd like to know what they mean by high level bindings. High level interface between Rust and Lua. Easy to use, practical, flexible, and safe API between them. It is not designed to be a perfect zero-cost wrapper, because such a wrapper cannot maintain the safety guarantees that our Lua is designed to have. Every place where the Lua C API may trigger an error long jump in a way is protected by a Lua P call, and the user of the library is protected from directly interacting with unsafe things in the Lua stack. There's overthread associated with this safety. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It looks good so far. If performance is a focus of the library to the extent possible, maintaining safety. Alright. This library follows a pre 1.0. Of course, every good Rust library is zero-ver, right? Zero-ver. As you all know, Rust is primarily zero-ver, right? You guys know about zero-ver? Sort of a joke, but there you go. I think of this whenever I see like a lot of Rust crates that like should be 1.x and aren't. Like base 64. What the heck is base 64 still doing with the zero-ver? Anyway, I guess it makes sense that some of these things would be still zero-ver, but after a certain point, shouldn't they become stable and go to 1? I don't know. All these goals, yes. Can we just get to how do we use it? There's a lot of discussion here. Oh, I should probably read this, though. They have missed a typo here. Sandboxing instead of sandboxing. Sometimes I'll issue pull requests that just have a single word typo fix. And so far when I've done that, people are generally accepting of it. I wonder if like, I wonder if I should just do that. Need docs for how to use? Yeah, I think we'll get there. Actually, no, we're at the bottom. So they don't have any docs on how to use it? Maybe they're just assuming that we would look at their examples. Okay, API reference? Alright. It's going to be some noise, so I might have to mute my mic at times. No, go to the docs. I thought I was at the docs. Isn't that the docs? Or do you mean in GitHub? So this is the same stuff. Do they have docs? They don't have a docs. So Plasma, what do you mean by docs? There's examples. Look at their examples. Guided tour. Oh, no problem, Plasma. I just was wondering if I missed a documentation link. I didn't see any. But I frequently don't see things. I did find it. Okay, the API reference, got it. I like the examples though, and I wish that the people would have more comprehensive examples. You can create a new Lua state with Lua new. That's excellent. That's exactly what I was hoping for. In order to interact with Lua values, all you must do so inside a callback given to the Lua context method. This provides extra safety, allows it to avoid runtime checks. So, okay, so Lua context will call us back in a closure and give us the Lua context. Got it. And with that object, we can interact with its globals. We can then set global variable. Okay, I got it. Yes, they persist between. So it's another example of interior mutability, right? Lua itself is not mutable, but with Lua, within Lua context, we're given a mutable context. I like it. It is by Amethyst, is it? Yep, it is by Amethyst. I don't know Amethyst, though. Okay, this is how we load code. .load. The return type is a builder that allows you to change settings before. Oh, that's interesting. So we can change things about it before running it. Got it? There's another typo. I used to be really, really good at spotting typos, like almost like I could look at a page of text and they would jump out at me. I'm not so good anymore, but occasionally I will see that and it'll catch my eye. What does that mean? I have to look into the API docs. Okay, I think I know enough to get in trouble now, as I like to say. So, where's my shell? Okay, so let's do in Rust. Yeah, I guess we can. Well, no, well, let's go to a different project. Let's go to our Rust playground. So, recent Rust. I have a Rust playground here where I have a whole bunch of different cargoes. I mean, a whole bunch of different crates, and most of them are binaries, so we'll just add another one here called Lua. So, cargo, new Lua. There we go. NK, and then I need to add it to this TOML file. Lua. And then I gotta go to Lua. And our dependencies are our Lua. Yeah, what number was it? I forget. Oh, I closed the window. I guess I can just open another one. I wanted to keep where my place there. Our Lua, right? 0.17. Okay, I need to fix something about this workspace. There's no editor .editor config. So when I hit save, I wanted to do to add the new line for me. Ooh, we got a crash in Rust Analyzer. Probably because I was in the middle of doing Rust cargo new at the time. Yeah, it was an ignored type in a generic, and I didn't understand that. I understand syntactically what that means, but it was just sort of weird to see that. I guess I could blow that up. I'm like, wait, does that mean the compiler will figure out what that type is and we don't care? I think that's what that means, right? The get is a generic that has 2 arguments. We only really care about specifying one of them because we're using the turbofish. We're basically constraining the types for the generic, but we're only choosing to constrain the second one. And the first one, we're like, hey, compiler, you figure out what that first one is. We don't care about the first. Am I understanding that correctly? This is the turbofish syntax, taking this generic and narrowing it to fit the string type for the second argument, but leaving the first one still up to the compiler. That's my guess. It's still running cargo check. I wonder if this is broken now. Let me reload. I think I broke the Rust Analyzer there. It kind of got stuck. All right, cool. I'm glad you guys, and hello, Term Forever. I'm glad you guys are able to tell me if I'm wrong or not. And also, I did not say hi to Typer. And you have a link to say this is exactly what Rust does. Here, let's look at that. This is about the threading stuff, right? Oh, neat. Thank you, typer. So insight into what I was experimentally determining, that we start at 1 and we increment every time. So at some point a thread calls new for thread ID to get an ID assigned, right? What else does it do, by the way? This is sort of a funny thing. Will we ever get there? Because UN64 is quite a big space of numbers. Is it even possible to get that high? How long would it take? Let's say that you created another thread every millisecond. How long would it take for this to become true? I think it would take longer than the heat death age of the potential age of the universe, right? Maybe not. It would certainly take longer than a human lifetime. If you counted this in milliseconds, it's probably a lot of years. I just chuckle whenever I see checks like this, because the only way that that would ever become true is if you somehow hacked the counter to instead of just incrementing, setting it to a tremendously huge value or something. Like, why bother doing that? This ought to be inside of a guard that is like only pulled in if you're not wanting maximum performance. Although I bet you this is really quick anyway, only a cycle or two. Anyway, I was stalling mostly for Rust Analyzer's sake. I think we're good though. We're gonna get the jackhammer soon, so I'm gonna have to mute the microphone for a while. All right. Before the jackhammer comes out, let's see how much I can talk. So I'm going to want to play around with pulling in... Well, let me see if I can build this first. We're going to want to run cargo build run... cargo run bin Lua, right? It's curious. You think it'd be 584 million years? Yeah. Nice. Oh, wait a minute. 715209 says it would be, yeah, same number, right? 584 million years. So, I think we're safe to assume that, oh, I already lost the file. It's safe to assume that we won't get there. Oh, here it was. This will probably never happen in our lifetimes, even if you made a thread every millisecond. Your number is the 64-bit maximum number. Yeah, it's like, what, quadrillions or something? Septillions? It's a very, very large number. Okay, so hello world. Let me introduce you to Rust. And make sure that I'm actually running what I think I'm running. Okay, good. And then we're going to pull in Rust. So, or pull in, what am I saying, Rust? Let me introduce you to Lua. Let me introduce you to my good friend, Lua. And then, it was... Should I do the use thing? No. R Lua. Lua new. And... that is how we get the context, right? So let Lua equal that. And then we're going to do a Lua dot context. Is that how you actually load to? Oh, it is. So we always have to do this Lua. I'll just put Lua in here because it doesn't... Let's just collapse this. It doesn't really matter if I shadow that, right? Because we're not going to need to use it inside anyway, so might as well just always have that construction. They're checking it just to have a nice error message in the panic, because it should panic anyway if you were to overflow it. Probably? Yeah, I think you're right? Because incrementing a U64 has its own overflow check, right? Now they're making me think, would that ever panic at all? Because wouldn't it panic first on the increment? And I would need to go back and see. Let me go back and see. Where was that? I don't know. I just chuckle when I see checks like that. Let me look at it again. Oh, it's about to overflow, but it hasn't yet. if you were to increment it now, it would overflow. So I think you're right. This would have panicked anyway. We're going to panic early so that we can give a proper error message to the life forms that exist 500 million years in the future when this actually will happen. Assuming that our program runs that long. Which is this programming language? This is Rust. And hello, India. I'm playing around right now with putting Lua into Rust. So we're going to see a combination of languages in a moment. So this is a Rust main program. This is one of the many things that I like about Rust. It's very terse and concise, and you don't have to say much to define a program. You just say function main, and you're there. And print line works like you'd expect in any language. And from here on, we're specifically using the rlua library, or crate, as they like to call it in Rust lingo. If you go to lib.rs, let me just give you this link. This is the crate that we're going to try to use. A crate is a Rust expression terminology for a... actually, technically, this is a package, and it contains crates, right? Anyway, they're all just fancy words to mean a library that someone else made for us. And for everybody in the world. It's open source, right? But don't you want to make someone know you want to print a line with system out print line? I guess you could instead of using this macro, you could go straight to whatever this macro uses, right? What does it actually do? It goes to crate it goes to standard IO print. So we could do that ourselves, right? If I really wanted to, I could say standard IO print that, and it would still work, right? Let's see. No, I can't get to that, probably because it's not exposed. Use of unstable library feature print internals. Oh, it doesn't want us to reach in and do that. Well, bummer. And I can't use, well, there's the print macro. If I do that. And where does that go? Yeah, I guess we can't go to it directly. There's probably another way to go to it directly. Is it standard out? Okay. So it would be like standard IO, standard out. And then that is a function. And I assume that how do you use it though? Wait a second. Maybe, do I do it like that? That's not right. How do we use standard out then? What can you do with the standard out? What can you do with the standard out? Oh, we have to lock it? And that's inner. Okay, how do I am like easy to distract. Can you tell? I'm super easy to distract, but I'm kind of curious. How would we use this? So it implements a few traits, and one of them is async write. Yeah, I don't know how to use async write, right? I haven't learned that yet. Okay, that's something to look at later. I'm too distractible. Oh, you'd use a lock on it? Oh, and print is doing that for us. So if I do like standard IO, standard I out, lock it, then I could use it? No, there's something, I have to do something else, right? Yeah, I'll learn this later. One thing at a time. Let's do Lua right now. So we've learned so far that we can create a Lua interpreter using the rlua crate, which is also the name of the package that we would download. And it has a Lua type, which has a factory, which gives us a Lua interpreter. And in order to use it, we're supposed to call context, and we're given the Lua context in a closure, which is a callback function. So far, so good, right? You're looking at async standard version of standard out, try standard lib. Oh, because I thought I was doing standard IO. I assumed that was the standard asynchronous one. Okay, we'll look at it. I'll look at it later. Let me 715209. I'm going to just save your link for later and give you a point for now. Because I am too easy to sidetrack. And I want to get some stuff, some time into Lua right now. Use standard IO right. Okay, thank you, man. I will also take your comment and put it in here. To look at a little bit later. Let me get this Lua stuff done. I wanted to have it, I wanted to have Lua say hello. So, I wanted to have this load some source. And how did they do it in a nice way? Oh, we're gonna get some noise. Let's see if my noise gate cuts it out. No. Alright. I'm gonna have to mute for a while. When the noise starts again, let's see if I can mute it right when the noise starts. I can strategically mute and unmute as the noise happens. Let's see how good I am at that. Alright, I have my hand on that hotkey. Anyway, I wanted to look at their guided source, right. Okay, so they have this syntax. Is this like in C++ how you can have a custom delimited string? You didn't hear anything? It's not going right now. But I saw the microphone meter when I wasn't talking get activated by it. In fact, maybe I won't mute it and you guys can tell me how much you can hear it. Maybe the mic is good enough that you won't hear it it won't be too annoying. Okay, so I'm gonna try to learn the same thing. So can we say anything we want? Can I say Lua here? No, I have to use a symbol of some kind. Can I say Lua there? And end with Lua? Or can I do it, can I just have one symbol? I think it's just one symbol. And then they want us to have like, I don't need a name. I just do a .exec. Okay, so the noise is going now. Can you guys hear that noise? If so, is it annoying or not? If you guys tell me it's annoying, I will have to mute. But if you guys tell me it's not so bad, then we'll just keep it going. Yes, but it's not bad? Alright. Noise is not bad. We'll accept it then. Okay, so I just wanted to put something in here. I wanted to say like print. How come it doesn't like this syntax? That looks correct to me. Print hello, I am Lua. How are you today? Okay, I didn't do something. Oh, because we don't want to do this. We just want to do an unwrap. There we go. Because we're not in a function that would return. Oh, we are. Hold on. I don't understand then. Wait, this whole thing here was inside of a Lua context. How are they able to do the question mark operator there? And I wasn't. Can only be used in a closure that returns result or option. Oh, probably down here they return okay. Yeah. So we have to do the same. Okay. No? Still not good. Type annotation is needed. Cannot infer type. I guess we'd just say result string or something. Didn't like that. Why? Can I just say I don't care? You figure it out? No, then the context doesn't like it. Cannot infer type. Cannot infer type a string wasn't good enough. Oh, it wants a slice? Or a reference? Okay. Reference? No? I should stop guessing. Try set name, put set name before exec. I think that's just an optional thing that they're demonstrating we could do. I don't think I need to set a name for the thing we're loading. I mean, I can try. Set name. I don't think this is necessary. Example code. Yeah, so it's not that. It's something related to what our closure is returning. I'll leave it in there, actually, for now, until we figure this out. And just saying okay at the bottom is not good enough. Something else that they do in their example is letting it know what the error type is, I guess. I guess we could just look at their documentation. API reference. Yeah, is it our Lua error? Probably. That's why I'm going to the documentation to look. So it would be exec returns a result, which is... Actually, we could just use Lua result, couldn't we? Can I just say Lua result here? Our Lua result. Wait. Oh, there. Okay, cool. And then I need to unwrap that, right? Neat. And if we wanted to catch an error, we would probably want to not do unwrap, but say or okay, what is it? Or else or something? Yes. What does that actually return? Does that unwrap the okay? What does that do? Oh, so I don't want or else. What is it then? Is it unwrap or else? It's one of these, right? I can never remember these. I think it's this one, right? Yeah, I think it's unwrap or else. If let error equals result. What I want to do is just like catch, basically the equivalent of catching it. Is unwrap or else what I want? This has to return something, so I can just say that. And then I can just, well, actually I don't need to say that, I just need to have a statement here. Print line Lua had a problem. And that problem is whatever's here. Not going to assume it's displayable, but maybe printable. There we go. That works too. So what would you guys do instead? You would do if let error equals up here for the context. I kind of like it doing this way because it's easier for me to read, because this looks like a try catch to me, and I'm more familiar with that in JavaScript. Yeah, so I could do it like you're saying. I could do it this other way. If let, in this case it would be our Lua error equals that, then that, right? And what did I get wrong here? Expected tuple struct a tuple. Did I mean one of its variants? I think I wanted result. Our Lua result error. No? Okay. I'm doing something wrong. That's not correct for some reason. Because this is generating an R where R... Hold on, it's not constrained? I don't get it. Just error? And that is because of what reason? Because this isn't returning an error, which is... Hold on, I don't understand that. Why would this give me this type? Okay, can you hear that jackhammer? Could you hear that jackhammer? Annoying? Yes. No? Okay. All right. Jackhammer, stop for now. Rally Monkey, 22 months! Oh my goodness. Thank you for the resub. 22 months is a long time for this channel. All right, so let's have it actually do an error. Oopsies. Okay, let's try it out. Let's exercising the different parts of Rust here. Hello world, let me introduce you to my good friend Lua. Hello, I am Lua, how are you today? Lua had a problem, runtime error. Oopsies. Stack trace, ooh, you can get a nice stack trace back. Interesting that it's... Oh, that's the type of error? Okay, so I'm trying to understand why it is the core result error. Oh, because the outer is result. The type of this will be Lua error. Got it. Okay, I figured it out. So I could try that, yeah. If it's got the display trait, let's see. That looks nicer. I think we're going to stick with the display trait. Nice stack traceback. Look at that. It's so cool. And that's where the name ended up going, right? If I didn't do that, it would probably just say eval or something. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. We'll keep it introduction. There we go. All error must display implement display? I didn't know that. I didn't assume that, but okay, that's cool. Isn't it standard error? The outer one is, but this one is not. This one is a Lua error. We're in the Lua, the R Lua crate, so that's why we can, if we wanted to, we could say we could distinguish between runtime error and syntax error if we wanted. All right. Oh, sorry. Oh, I think we have a break here. I think this is a nice verification that I know how to do everything, because we know how to do I know how to do Rust. I can put any kind of Rust here I want, and I know how to handle errors. Oh, wait a second. Let me continue doing this, because there's one more thing I want to do. I want to be able to know how to get variables in and out and how to do callbacks. Hypothetically, you can use any type as an error implementing error. It's what's recommended. At least all public libraries do. Yeah, I've seen string instead of that, but yeah, that makes sense. You kind of want it to be generic. I tried mlua. No, we're just trying rlua right now. Was mlua on that list? I guess I don't have that list, so let me get another list. Lua. mlua was second in the list. Async await features in support of writing native Lua modules in Rust. Ooh. That's very attractive. Maybe I should try that. Let me try all the things I want to try with rlua, and then we'll try mlua next and compare and see which one's better. mlua has a nicer API in your opinion? Let's try both. So let me make that clear in the current task. Experimenting with embedding Lua in Rust using rlua. mlua will be next. Let's say that. Yeah, so maybe we'll like mlua better, so we'll save the best for last. Which one Lua crate is the one by Kyron from Chucklefish? Would it tell me in the authors here? This one's KHVZAK. This one was a, oh yeah, rlua, Kyron. There you go. I'm guessing it's rlua, the one we're using right now. Yeah, there's like a bunch of them, so I wasn't sure which one to try. I was mostly basing off the downloads and glancing at their introduction page. It looked promising. So anyway, variables in. So I want to be able to like call this. So like if I defined a function, let's not do an error, but say return, not return, function foo bar end print you gave me I don't remember, was there a way to do formatted? I think I just do it this way. You gave me bar. All right, and then that should define a foo function that we can then call with the context, right? So construct a Lua interpreter load and execute. Load and execute an introduction script. This should print stuff, and also define a Lua function foo. Or we might have to mute again in a second. Define a Lua function foo we should be able to call later. All right. I'm guessing that we have to do another Lua load and call, but unless there's a shortcut, let's see. Documentation. Okay, go to the top. Or just look at their examples. Let's look at their examples. Yeah, let's go to the top. Okay, we can access globals if we wanted. That's how you set them. How do you get them? What does this mean? Oh, we gotta mute again. Okay, I think we're safe for a little bit. So I was just looking at what this is doing. This is how we're creating a table directly from Lua. I mean, from Rust in the Lua context. I don't think I'm really going to need to do this other than if we're going to construct tables to pass into Lua. You can pass values like table back. Yeah, exactly like this. Really, if we're just going to... I want to know how do we call a function. This is it, right? Globals get foo and I'd call it. Exactly, that's what I want to do. So call the Lua foo function now. So I think I want to use this general formula. But what we're loading is, we're not loading, we are doing a globals get. So globals, they got how? Lua context global. So Lua let globals equal Lua dot globals. So then globals dot, did they use get? They did use get foo, and that's like that dot call. Whoa, what did it just do? Dot. Oh, that's a call shortcut. Do I have to say it's a function? Oh, okay. So as our Lua function, does that? Whoops! I didn't mean to do that. Then I do call. Whoops! I'm hitting the wrong keyboard accelerators. Now I can do a call. All right, and then my argument is 42, of course. Now I did. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. What happens if I try it like that? Then this has a problem. So it needs a type annotation. I have to say like let foo equal foo, which is a our Lua function, equals that, and then I can say foo.call. And this is a problem. Why? Type annotations needed to satisfy. Consider specifying the type arguments in the method call. Oh. Got it. So it needs me to use the turbo fish. And I32, I guess. And what? Is it... I guess I should look at call in the documentation to learn what this means. So that is here. Call. To Lua multi from Lua multi. So it's arguments return value. Got it. So if we don't want any results, then it's like that. Why is it giving me a yellow squiggly? It has a result. Oh, sure. And then what's wrong with this one? Use of a blacklisted placeholder named foo. What? Blacklisted placeholder named foo is not allowed? To Lua from Lua. Yeah, so if I wanted it to return something, I would modify this one, right? What if I made this more interesting and said return that instead of printing it, and then this would be a, can I say string here? I say let result equal that, and then print line Lua said this. Result. The forbidden foo. I didn't even have to do Clippy Pedantic. It's doing that on its own. It's the default Clippy settings. It doesn't like that. Would Clippy allow moo as a name for a cow? Good question, Silmeth. How about foo? No, it's okay with foo. Why would they ban foo? That makes me really curious. Cargo Clippy, do they have a longer explanation? I guess we'll visit there. Find out. Explain yourself, Clippy. Why is foo blacklisted? Check for usage of blacklisted names such as foo. Why is this bad? These names are usually placeholder names and should be avoided. Known problems, none. Oh, because they want you to do something like that if you don't care about it, right? So I guess we'll come up with a real name. How about report? There we go. Better? I didn't know you could create your own blacklist. Well, nowadays we call it a deny list, right? Or ban list or something. Yeah, if it was really banned, it would not have compiled, but it's just Clippy's like, you shouldn't be using that name because it's on our list. Exclude list, yeah. Yeah, actively pedantic. Well, but Linux is doing it, and so is GitHub. And I did it the other week. Anyway, let's run this. Lewis said this, he gave me 42. Nice. So now, if this function had an error, haha, what does that do? Error converting Lua nil to function. Okay, we actually got a syntax error. Oh, because this is syntax error because I needed to have this error first, right? Yeah, haha. Okay. There was some chat I missed though. Let me go back and look at it. The turbofish, yeah, that's what this is. The turbofish. We're narrowing what we are using for the types in this generic. Basically to say what return value we expect out. We expect a string out, right? And this is our arguments in. And I'm guessing that if we had multiple things, x, y, then we would use a tuple. And this is what I'm guessing. So I could say 40 and 2, and then sum. The sum is, we would say, local sum equals x plus y. Did I not get that right? It's saying I got it wrong. The function takes one argument, but expects... Okay, so I do need to put it into a tuple. Apparently. Alright. That should work, right? Yeah, it adds 40 and 2 together. Okay, catching up on chat some more. Try pedantic. Oh, try pedantic because it's not descript. I could try the pedantic. So put report back to foo again. Get this one and then turn on pedantic and see what it says. So you wanted me to try warn Clippy pedantic and see what it says, right? Cargo Clippy. It said the same thing, right? Yeah, it didn't give me any more stuff. What if I do nursery? Nothing different. Okay. We'll leave pedantic in there, and we'll just take foo and rename it to report again. Just want to call it out so you change it later, yeah. You can also turbofish in globals get. Oh, so you're saying instead of doing it this way, I could have said get our Lua function. Actually, if I could do that, that would be preferable. Then I wouldn't need to say that, right? I guess I didn't do that right. Oh, there are two arguments. What's the other one? To Lua from Lua. Okay, I don't understand that. Let me look at the documentation. For get. Is it wanting me to say it's a string? Like that? Oh, but that's a slice. So like that? All right. Or in this case, I could just say figure it out. There we go. Which is exactly what they did, and now I understand why. Okay, that was a good exercise because they did that, and I was trying to understand why they did that. Where was it? They did that early on, and I didn't get it at first. Yeah, right here. Yeah, now I know why. That's saying that figure out the type of this. That is the type that we want out of the entire expression to match that. Got it. I understand now. Binding allows us to call Rust side functions from Lua. I hope so. I'm going to try to do that. Maybe they banned... There was something else I missed in chat. Someone asked, why am I calling Lua from Rust, right? The whole purpose of Lua is to iterate fast, but writing Lua modules from Rust defeats the purpose. Might as well write everything in Rust again. So Rust compiler, the reason why I'm interested in running Lua inside of Rust is because the way my game architecture is set up right now, I don't want to have to recompile the game server continuously when I'm working on the game logic, so the game logic is all in Lua scripts, right? So I don't need to recompile or relink or restart the server, and I don't have to worry about loadable modules. I don't even know if you can do that in Rust. I presume you can do loadable modules, but having a scripting language like Lua built in and handling some of the in-game logic lets me a lot more easily replace the code live while it's running. That's the whole point. You will move Lua code into Lua files to not recompile. Well, they end up being game objects, so each of these has an ID because it is a an entity in the game. And the host that has Lua there, whenever if I were to edit this script and change it, it's going to re-execute that script. So all of these scripts really are just defining functions. So this ends up replacing the previous has room variable with a new one, which is also a function that takes this argument and runs this code. So every time the script runs, it's replacing a function in the global Lua table, and those functions are what are being called whenever the game is running its game systems. So it's sort of leveraging Lua's ability for me to quickly hot swap code out, because in Lua a function is an object or a variable just like any other. You know what I'm saying? If I did it in C++, C, or Rust, because code is more than just a variable or an object, I would have to like run the compiler, run the linker, run a loader. I'd have to unload a module and then replace it and then reload it. So it's a lot more mechanisms I'd have to worry about. How does calling Lua work in C++? Very similarly. And it looks a lot like this. Actually, the Rust is a lot cleaner syntax. So let me show you the work I did for the Lua CPP tutorial. Do I not have a command for that? Hold on. What's my command for the Lua CPP tutorial? Is it CPP tutorial? Okay, what happened to my command? I had a command for this. Was that it? Was it just Lua? Okay, there we go. Yes, so that YouTube video talks about this project that I have. Hold on. Yeah, thank you, 715209. Hold on. File, new window. And make that one big. And we're going to go to Projects Lua CPP tutorial. So I had a whole YouTube video where I cover this, but very basic example. Here's how you would do it. So you do Lua L new state. This is the same API in C and C++ because Lua is a C library. We're just using it from C++ using extern C. So that's in general how you'd interoperate C and C++, right? C library, you just do extern C when you include their headers, and then the compiler makes sure that this symbol is expected with a C binding or C naming, so it's not like a C++ name where it gets mangled. It's not mangled. Anyway, so if I compare that to how we did it in Rust, right? In Rust, it was just use a factory new. Here we have to call Lua new state. And then this load string and with a call is roughly the equivalent of this load and exec, only this is not handling errors and stuff. And this is how we get a result back from Lua, whereas they kind of hide it inside of this calls second argument to see what result we expect. This is just different. This is, I bet if you looked into the R Lua crate, probably how it's implemented using FFI is it calls things like load string and Lua call and Lua to integer and all that other stuff. There have been obviously in Rust games some projects to make new, more rusty script languages for game logic. No idea how they are. Right, the Are We Game Yet is a good link. Yeah. Thank you, a papata still papa. So anyway, yeah, if you're interested more in to see how to use Lua from C and C++, that YouTube video that was in that link a little bit ago explains why. But I think it's a lot more condensed here. Let me pull that back up. Some of my other examples go into handling errors. Like here's how we do the summing and returning a number. So we have to actually push onto the stack before we call. So here it's taking care of it for us by just, we construct a tuple and we pass it. Here we had to actually push the numbers in the correct order. When we call, we have to say the number of arguments, the number of expected return values, and we have to pop the result back off. Here it's just all in one line and we get it all. So it's a lot more compact and terse and more like Rust. Change Lua string inside of Rust code, it isn't going to recompile anything. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, so this for small examples, we are loading scripts using hard-coded strings. But the way my game works is when it loads a script, you know, by calling Lua load, the actual script is not hard-coded. It's the contents of a game object. So every time you call Lua load and then you execute that closure that it gives you back, it will, if your closures are all doing things like defining functions like what mine do, then it will replace the Lua code. So as long as the thing you're executing defines everything as a function, then the function that has this name then gets replaced with whatever we change here. That's the FFI link, yes. Oh, there we go. If we want to look at the detail of how yeah, we'll probably see similar code to what I have in my C++ stuff, right? Yeah, so like Lua load is going to be here somewhere. Or Lua p call. I'm surprised Lua load isn't in there. I think because Lua load is a shorthand for call and p call and a couple other ones. Yeah, so they're just wrappers and they're all marked unsafe. And they have safe wrappers around these unsafe functions, right? Yeah. Oh, almost. It's going to be hammer time again. Hammer time. Yeah, jackhammer time. We're working on my bathroom. We're getting a new tub, a new toilet. We moved a wall to make the bathroom, one part of the bathroom slightly larger, another one slightly smaller. It's all in Mrs. Raimu's master plan for upgrading the house. So we had the wall moved. Now we're having, yeah, the tub and the new toilet installed. Anyway, what did I want to test next? I wanted to try... Oh, more hammer. More hammer. All right. I'm just trying to grok what this is doing. So this is going to be something that we can give to Lua. I don't know what we're ignoring here, but this is 2 vectors. It's just checking 2 string lists are equal in an inefficient way. Lua callbacks return our Lua result, which an OK value is a normal return. Error returns into a Lua error. Okay. And then how are we calling it? Well, we have to make a Lua function to call it, right? Where do they do that? Check equal. I'm looking for the call to it. Oh, there it is. I didn't see it for some reason. Eval. Interesting. So before we didn't do eval, right? We did exec. What's the difference between exec and eval? I should just look it up. What is eval? Evaluate the chunk as either an expression or a block. If the chunk can be parsed as expressions, loads and executes the chunk and returns the value that it evaluates. Okay, so it's like shorthand of exec then, right? Or of load and then exec. No, we still have to do load. Then why does it say this loads it? Is load not actually loading? Or am I looking at the wrong place? Eval. Now, there's only one load. Okay. Then what's the difference between that and exec? Execute it. It's equivalent to calling the chunk function with no arguments and no... Okay, so exec is just a shorthand of eval with no arguments and no return. Got it. And this is equivalent, it said... Yes. Exactly. Load may be lazy. Got it. So it might not... Oh, more hammers. Stop. Hammer time. Let's make a Rust function to get to Lua to be called from there. So let ambassador equal, and they have a particular thing to call to make this. It is, oh, I need to do this inside of a context. So if I'm going to do this inside of a context, yeah, I guess the whole thing is inside of a context. So that goes in there. Wait a minute, what am I doing? That goes inside of there. Let ambassador equal lua.create function. And let's do the same thing. What is that first type? I need to understand that. Create function. In a context. What is A? From Lua. Where is that used? It's used in the... What is this? Oh, arguments from Lua. Okay, so then I would want a tuple, right? And it would be int32, int32. If I'm just doing a special, the add thing again, right? Comma, R is the to Lua. So that would be the return value. That's why they used R. So that's I32. Well, I can't use, I have to say like X and Y, right? Sum. The function. Oh no, I got it wrong. The first one's the context, which we probably don't need. So if we wanted to, we would call it context. We'll call it Lua. All right. Okay, I misunderstood. The A is going to be the argument, so this would be X and Y. And then we have a block there. Like this dot question mark, right? And then we would set, why do they have that? Oh, I see. They just have a different indentation style than I normally do. All right, so then lua.globals dot, does that have to be? No, it's just dot set, right? Yeah. Dot set ambassador. All right. And I should have said this there. And this is not correct yet. Let me fix it. I need to say okay. Yep. And then I need to have this do something. It has to return a result. Okay, so again, okay, right? And then it's in, so the third template argument was what it returns, right? The to Lua. So that's implied by what I put in there. So if I did okay X plus Y. All right, what's wrong? Type annotations needed. Cannot satisfy the to Lua multi. To Lua multi. It doesn't, wait a minute, what? It doesn't know what I'm returning here? Shouldn't that be, oh, it doesn't know these types. Can I say that that's an I32 and that also is an I32? I can't do that, can I? Is it like XY is an I32, I32? Is that how you say it? There we go. Did it. I did it. I did it, and it matched what man said. That makes me happy. Yeah, we ended up not needing the interpreter, but if we wanted to, we could use it to do some strange stuff like set globals and stuff, but we're not going to. And then this is telling me that I didn't check the return value. Okay, and so we should then execute something that actually calls it, right? So then that would be something like this. Yeah, let's just have it print. Using your ambassador. Well, ambassador. I don't know. 880 plus 80 and 2. Set name. We don't need to set a name here. Just execute it. Let's see if we got it to work. Bin. 82. Easy peasy. You can use allow unused. Yeah, that's fine. So if we wanted to, we could actually use the Lua in here, and we can say like Lua.globals.set secret to foobar, something like that, right? And then that might fail. And then we can then fetch it back out here, right? We can say print line, the secret is Lua.get globals.get secret, and do we have to, will it figure this out or not? I don't think it will, right? We have to annotate the types. F8. Oh, I need to do an unwrap. But it's not going to know the type, right? Yeah. So I need to say we expect a string. And what was again the other one? Oh, what we're providing. We're providing a slice. That is not correct. Did I not do that right? Do I have to say our Lua string? Wait, what? Do I have to say our Lua string? No. There's something else wrong. What is it? Expected one argument found 0. Expected one argument found 0. One argument where? I don't know. Need a bigger screen display of it. Wait, what? Oh, because I didn't change anything. No? Is this just... Why is this telling me that there's an error, but Clippy doesn't say that there's an error? Rust Analyzer is confused. Let's reload, restart the Rust Analyzer. I think Rust Analyzer just got confused. No, it's still confused. Secret is foobar 2. It's confused, but I can still run it. Isn't that weird? Why would Rust Analyzer have a problem with context, or with this? I think it's just confused. Can I have to reload the whole thing? That's really weird. Is it that it's inside of the, is it confused because of the macro? So maybe this is a bug in Rust Analyzer? Let me try to pull that out. Secret. Let secret equal that. Apparently it's a bug with Rust Analyzer. So if I just say that there and remove that line, it has a problem with that piece there. I found a bug. I found a bug. I found a bug. Look at that. All right. Well, you know, this is sort of hard to read anyway. How would we make a reproducible example of this to file with the Rust Analyzer people? I wonder if it has to do with using the turbofish syntax here. Hard to read, hard to reproduce. Maybe it's a turbofish parsing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, what if I leave that as an exercise for later? Or for the reader, that if anyone would like to. We got Rust Analyzer to break on this valid syntax using RLua. Yep. So the workaround right now is to give that a name, basically. Let the secret equal that. All right. Put that back to foobar. Make sure it works. I'm actually really happy about this crate so far. Multiple arguments and then turbofish confuses it? Yeah, it could be. My understanding is the macros are using the tokens directly, and so it could just be tripped up on the tokens that are involved here. Yeah, macros are hard. Yep. So we're giving the macro an easier time now. Now there's only one token it needs to deal with. Who knows? But you saw it live here. Okay, I need to take a break within the next 15 minutes. Is this enough? There's one more thing I would like to do, which I've had... Oh, more jackhammer. Actually, that one isn't so loud. Actually, the noise gate is cutting that one off. Good, I don't have to mute. Format args is compiler built in. Yeah, there's one thing I wanted to figure out how to do, which I did in the other project. It's a more advanced integration, so it's probably in example 4, where we use the Lua registry. Yeah, this stuff. Yeah, this is where Lua gives us a function and we want to call it back. Maybe we don't need to use the registry because this allowed me to get something back and we could maybe get back our Lua function. I don't know, let's see. Let's try to have Lua give us a function. Returned from a function and try to call it. All right, so then this is again in one of these contexts. We're first going to load and execute. No, we're going to load and evaluate. And yeah, I don't even want to speculate on why printline didn't like it. I'll just leave it as an exercise for the viewer, or for me later. Could be, yeah. Everything you guys are saying is plausible to me. Okay, so what we want to return here is, we just want to say return function, xy, return x plus y end. So this is a script that will evaluate to a, what am I trying to say? This evaluates to an expression which, no. This evaluates to a function object that we should be able to get, and then we want to call it back later. And the way I did this in C++ is to, because we get our return values from the stack, how do I talk about this? Yeah, Lua L ref takes the thing that's on the top of the stack, which we got out of this expression. That's what that one means, is one return value. One result, right? One result, which is this function, where we're going to stash it in the Lua registry, get an index to it, and then look it up later and call it. And I'm wondering if I need to work with the registry, or will this, can I evaluate straight to a RO Lua function, and will this just work? Maybe they do the registry stuff for us, right? So that's let Lua function equal that, right? It looks like it'll just work, so then we would then call it, right? Let sum equal Lua function 5 and 6. Print line. Lua gave us back that when we called the function, let's just say, gave us back when we called their closure. Sum. Okay, that didn't quite work. Oh, do I have to call on it? And then do that? And I have to use the same syntax with call, right? How did I do that before? This thing. Right, so, one was to and one was from, right? Right, so 2 integers in, 1 integer out. And this is not working, why? Oh, because this needs to be into its own tuple there. Alright, so I need to remember, we need to be explicit about the types in and out of Lua, and all the arguments have to fit into a tuple. And then I guess if we had more than one output, that would also be in a tuple. I guess we could try that too. Okay, so if they do the registry thing, they do it for us. That's kind of cool. We can just deal with it as an RLua function. Nice. Cool. So this is an example using RLua. I kind of want to rename this to say RLua test or something. Can I do that? Or will this break stuff? RLua playground. And I need to update this one to say RLua playground. And then cut, paste. And then that's really going to confuse Rust Analyzer, I'm sure. That didn't work. Why? Why is it... Oh, is the name inside of this cargo? Aha. That's why. There's actually jackhammering going on, but it's not as loud, and so my noise gate is cutting it off if I don't talk. Yeah, it'll still be Lua until I change the name here. You're right. And I confused Rust Analyzer. Let's just restart the server. You can do it, Rust. I'll wait for that to finish before I make the next playground. I want to try this with mlua now. While that's going, let me just update this using mlua. We already tried rlua. Let's see which one we like better. This is still going? Okay, I think it's just stuck. Let's reload the window. Sometimes you gotta just reload everything. Alright, so if I force an compiler error. Okay, cool. We're good. We're good. Okay, let's make cargo, new MLua playground. Add that to the outer cargo toml. And which one is that for? Oh, Rust Analyzer. We're talking about the automatic reload stuff that's available on nightly or something. Yeah, that's only on nightly, right? I don't have nightly. I'm hoping it gets to stable soon, because it's more convenient to let it just work than this way where it kind of gets stuck. Yeah, right now I gotta reload whenever I do that because it just gets really confused. Look at that. It's so confused. Let's just reload and save it some grief. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with stable. It's on stable now, then why am I not getting it? How do I know what version I'm on with Rust Analyzer? Actually, I'm on 0.2.240. That link said... hold on. We don't need this anymore. Don't need that. Don't need that one. We're going to keep those two because that's our Lua examples and docs. I want to go to MLua, but also wanted to look at that link again. So you're saying that this is in stable now? So what is stable? Which version is this? I know that I'm on whatever this said. 0.2.240. 1 day ago. But I don't know what commit that corresponds to, so I don't know if I have this or not. Whatever I have, it's not working, so I'm going to assume that I don't have the latest for some reason. RLS-version, okay, can try that. It looks like it's old, so I don't know if it's unstable yet or not. If you say it's unstable now, then maybe mine just hasn't updated yet. Do I need to, like, completely close VS Code and open it again? RLS is not Rust Analyzer? Oh, okay. Probably don't need this one anymore, right? 0.2.240, that's what I'm on. But it wasn't working, so if it's the latest, I'm able to break it just by adding new cargoes. I'm hoping I don't have the latest. That's what you have. 240. That's what I have, right? Yeah, 240. Who knows if that's got that this commit in or not? Who knows? I wish they would say this is 0.2.240. Then I'd be like, oh, okay, I must have it. Updated 1 day. Yeah, mine says updated a day ago also. And I sort of remember seeing it update. The previous one was a week before that. Looks like they have a weekly release, except for they had 2 releases there. Otherwise, it looks like every week they have a release. That's nifty. Well, after I renamed the crate, I added a new one, and then I had to restart again. Is the extension version the same as the Rust Analyzer language server version? I don't know. I don't know how to check that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to spend time on it. Let me just get back to work here. MLua Playground. So, we're going to want MLua. What version is MLua at right now? MLua is at version 0.4. Sweet. So if this... Yeah, see, it failed. Look, I got it to break. So, for whatever reason, it's just not able to deal with me changing dependencies live. Hopefully I don't have the latest. Otherwise, the latest is still broken. I think it's stuck now. Seen this happen before, right? Cargo, check. I have to enable a feature. Okay. That's kind of interesting. So I need to pick my version of Lua. I don't remember having Lua 5.4. What version have I been using in my game? I think I've been using 5.3, but I'm not sure. Lua. Yeah, I've been using 5.3.4. I don't remember seeing 5.4. I guess that might have been released since I last looked at Lua. Lua language. Oh, there we go. Let's dark reader that. Oh wow, it was released not too long ago. End of June. New generation mode for garbage collecting and const and to be closed variables. So this has got syntax I don't know yet, so maybe I stick with 5.3 for now. Okay, let me leave this as something to look at later. I need to brush up on my Lua, because I was still on 5.3 then. Well, why am I putting it here? I have a to-do list. To-do. And it would be what? Needs research, I guess? Or development? Let's do needs research. Alright, so it's learn what's new in Lua 5.4. Link. There. It's in my to-do list now. Alright. So for now I'm going to pick 5.3, since that's what I'm familiar with. So I need to enable Lua 5.3. Ooh, that can also enable Lua JIT. That's nifty. So we could just switch features and compare how fast it is. Alright. Where is my cargo toml? Am I in the right project? I am not. Close that one. Okay, so this, if I remember this right, it's, you make it an object and you say version equals that. Features equals, I put it in quotes, right? Lua 5.3. I think that's the syntax, but I'm not sure. Wait, what? System cannot find the file specified. Oh, it doesn't come with Lua? The older, the faster is general Lua rule, really? BSC extension version, the same as Rust Analyzer language server version. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, what do I do here? Also, this is stuck. Let's just reload this guy. So restarting the server sometimes isn't enough. It gets stuck in cargo check. Or is it getting stuck the same reason this is stuck? It can't build mlua because I don't have Lua installed somewhere. Oh, I need to take a break. Let me suspend it for a minute. Okay. I did this somewhere else, didn't I? I don't know why I closed it. But I need it open again. I should just leave it open this time. I had to pick versions for my tools, so let me look there. Tools. This cargo. Yeah, I said features equals, not feature equals. That's the more generic syntax. You're saying that I could shorten that if there's only one feature I need, right? But I'd prefer just practicing with the full syntax and just leaving it with an array with one thing in it. So that is correct. So it's something that I need to do with mlua, I think. So it's looking for something. I guess what it's looking for is an installation of Lua 5.3, right? It needs, okay, so I should just read their documentation. They're probably going to tell me I need to download it and build it myself, which I've done. So I wouldn't mind just giving it to them. Let me look at their documentation. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, so I'll click there and then I'll right click open their API reference. Okay. With the goal to provide safe as far as possible, high level. Started as a fork of RLua. Supports different things with different features. So it supports async await. It works with Lua coroutines and require running thread. mlua thread along with enabling feature async. Okay. You have to choose one of these features. By default, uses package config. Define Lua includes and libraries. Yeah, when it says find, in Windows doesn't come with Lua, so I think I need to tell it where my Lua is. So that's one thing that maybe is not as desirable as RLua. RLua, I think, what came bundled with Lua. Although, I guess with RLua, we didn't know what version we got. Does that actually... Oh, I didn't... I need to have another window open. Rust libs, get me back to RLua, please. I'm wondering if they said what version of Lua they run. Oh, they say 5.3. Actually, I'm cool with that because that's what I use, but if I wanted to move to 5.4, this would be a problem, right? So this probably comes bundled with 5.3. They don't even say how. Okay, I don't care. Environment variables. Can I set the environment variables directly in Cargo TOML? Let's look it up. Rust cargo set environment. Environment variables. What is it saying about Lua source? It wants to know where to find it. So we need to basically have a copy of the Lua source code somewhere. We need to tell it where to find the headers and the library. I guess this means we have to... Do we have to build it, or is it build it? I think it builds it, but we have to provide the source. Oh, also supports vendor LuaJIT using auxiliary crates Lua source. Oh, there we go. There we go. You're right, 715209. Give you a point. Because I was about to point it to my Lua, but I could just use that crate, right? That's what I'm assuming, Rust compiler, that what our Lua does is, because they say Lua 5.3, that they bundle it with their crate. Or with their package somehow. Because I didn't tell it where to find Lua, and I don't have it installed system-wide. Unless it was really smart and found it within a directory next to where I'm running this. Because I do have Lua here, but it has to go one directory up and then into my project, and there it is, right? There's where Lua is relative. I think that's the only copy of Lua I have installed, so to speak. So to find that would be kind of weird. It'd have to go up a directory and then down and then find Lua there. I don't know, let's look at where I have this all installed, right? It's .cargo. Is it registry? Source? GitHub? RLua? Source? Oh, there it is, Lua. Found it. There you go. There's the answer. They have Lua directly into their package. They have a copy of it. So I bet you if I looked at mlua, they won't. Yeah. Yeah, they don't have any, they have an FFI. Yeah, so they don't have any of the actual Lua. So maybe that's preferred because it's not bound to one specific version of Lua. It's definitely a difference, right? So with our Lua, it has Lua in it. mlua, you have to point it to where you have Lua separately, but looks like they had, like sub 15209 was showing, they support auxiliary crate if I enable the vendored feature. So if I do vendored in a, this is the wrong window. I open the correct window and I do vendored. Don't need to see that. Now will it work? Cargo check. Looks like it because it's already checking down there. From our Lua builds the correct version of Lua 5.3 inside the crate. If you want to link a specialized version of Lua into your primary, you can disable this feature to do that. Oh. So our Lua it's opt out and M Lua it's opt in. Let's look at that. You saw that in our Lua, right? Inside the... Where did you read that? Whoa, how do we get there? Oh, I hit F1, I think. How did you find that? Oh, in their TOML they say that? Okay. Interesting. Aha! I should have done the same thing. I should have just looked at their TOML. So we can opt out somehow, right? How do you disable a feature? Oh, by setting the features to be an empty thing, right? I see how that works. Okay. What does that mean? C compiler, right? Makes at least the following assumptions about the linked Lua library. I mean, these are reasonable assumptions. Okay, so R Luit's opt out, M Luit's opt in. Right, fair enough. So we're opting into vendored Lua 5.3. Perfect. So now it's comparable, right? The other way to do it would be to instead of vendored, we'd have it point to something else, and then we would have to update our Lua to opt out of the vendored one. Got it. All right, cool. So then let's go to the source and try to mimic exactly what we had in our Lua. So pin that. We don't need this or this or this. We're just going to be comparing these two. So let's pull in the same pedantic checking. All right, and now let's just run through their example. I guess I should open up another window here. Okay, pull that over to here. Actually, no, pull it over to here. Examples, here we go. Guided tour. I like guided tours. All right. Before was R Lua, now is M Lua. We're comparing the two, Sir Mordred. And we also learned that M Lua is a fork of R Lua. Yeah, I just wanted to compare the two and see which one I like better. I think so far I kind of like the fact that R Lua it just worked out of the box. But I also see M Lua's flexibility and power in letting us work with any version of Lua we want within some constraints. But at the cost of where we had to specify which one we wanted, and we had to either provide it ourselves or opt into the vendored copy, which will pull it from Rust from another crate. So yeah, so I'm comparing M Lua to R Lua, so I can have a side by side. Right? So I want to have exactly the same stuff, only in M Lua now. So the first thing we do is construct a Lua interpreter. So I need to learn how do we do that in M Lua. Maybe their guided tour will tell us. Looks like it's exactly the same. Without the debug library, yeah, I don't need the debug library. So let's just do the same thing. I wonder if it's going to turn into the code is actually identical. I'm glad you guys can't hear that the really loud noise, by the way. Maybe you can hear it. So if I'm talking though. So this is just an M Lua instead of an R Lua, right? So far so good. Now, how much do you want to bet I can just copy this code as is and it just works? Nope, it doesn't, because that type is different and it's not okay, so the way they do this is different, obviously. Okay, so there's no Lua context. You operate directly on the Lua itself. Then how do we catch errors? Oh. This whole thing returns a result. I didn't know you could do that with main. What does that mean for main? Does that mean that it panics if it... Does that turn into a panic if it's not okay? Just prints the error, okay. So... if I want to do roughly the equivalent of this, I'd probably just make my own thing, right? Like this function with Lua. And we'll have to change the syntax around, but it'll be, we're going to be borrowing mutably the Lua. Lua. And we want a function, so that's fn once. Well, hold on, can I do it like this? Where f is a fn once, and then it's given the Lua interpreter, right? So M Lua. It's gonna borrow it though. And it's going to return M Lua result of R. Where R is another thing. And then this is just going to call if let error equals f Lua. Print line. I'm just doing this as a convenience. That doesn't work. Oh, is it the other way around? Yes, right? And then I would do it this way. I would just say that. And I don't need this anymore. Right? What did I do wrong? Oh, I had to say Lua comma. And borrow it, please, mutably. This is not going to work. What? What did I do wrong? Oh, mute. Yes. Please do so. Okay, cool. So then, let's just see if that works. So cargo run bin mlua playground. Hey, look at that. Hello. I am Lua. How are you today? So that seems to be, so far, the only difference is that instead of needing to call context and provide a closure, we just call it directly. So to have sort of the same kind of error checking, I need to wrap. I need to still have some kind of wrapper, but I have to do the wrapper myself, whereas they kind of did it for us with context here. Right? So if I really wanted to, I could get rid of this wrapper completely and just say lua.load. But then I would have to handle the error myself, right? I could do that. But then I would have something like this. If error from that, then do this, right? No. What did I do wrong here? Oh, I can't do that. Right, that's the... I lose the convenience of doing those question mark operators, because this has to it has to do it in 2 steps, right? So I think I'm just going to keep the wrapper because it's more convenient that way. With the wrapper, I can early out on either the set name or the exec. So, okay, so far, I see the difference. Our Lua kind of does this wrapping with the result for us, but with mlua, I have to do it myself manually this way. Can work in main if you return a result. Yeah, but I don't want to. That's the whole point. The other one didn't either, and instead we were forced to deal with a result here, right? That this always returns a result, right? So actually, technically, it doesn't. It returns whatever the closure returns. If I wanted to, I don't have to return a result here. But then these return set name and exec return results, and so this was just a really convenient way to fold them together. Okay, yeah, and then with mlua, it doesn't intrinsically force us to call something to fold these 2 together, so I had to do it myself with Lua. Yeah, I understand, guys, that I could make main return the result, but I'd rather just have my own wrapper here to have this common print line. I probably should have done it with this too, because this is repeated, right? I ended up repeating that everywhere. So this is maybe a cleaner design anyway. All right, so if I understand this correctly, that's maybe the only difference. So if I wanted to do it this, I would just do the same way, but change it to with Lua. Like that. Right here. And I'll remove that. And remove that. And our Lua becomes mlua. And that just works. Sum is 42. Excellent. All right. So if that's the only difference, then that's pretty cool. That means they're pretty close to each other, right? So again, with Lua to there, and drop that. Our Lua becomes mlua. Secret is foobar, ambassador 82. It's correct. All right. Yep. And of course, I would not need to do that rename if I did the using, but I still like knowing where my stuff comes from. How are we doing on times? Yeah, I need to take a break. I said I would and I didn't. I totally am overdue for it. One more thing. One more thing, one more thing. It's like one more hit. One more hit of Rust. I can quit whenever I want to. Our Lua becomes mlua, right? And it just works. I feel like I'm on a roll. Lua gave us back 11 when we called their closure, which is what they should have done. Yay! All right. Success. I'm going to go ahead and check this in and then take a break. I didn't work in this, did I? What did I do here? Oh, alright, the debug printing out. I can abandon that, right? Yeah, I don't need this anymore. That I want to keep. Update to-dos. This I can abandon. Alright. Mostly it was in the Rust playground. Right, so we added an editor config, we added mlua and our Lua playgrounds, and that got a new line like it should have gotten. Alright. Uh-oh, CRLF issues. I should just fix those now. Those always annoy me with that error, with that prompt. CRLF, please. CRLF, we're on Windows. Get the picture, we're on Windows, we're not on Linux today. Yes, CRLF. Check them all in. All right, so add Lua examples, both mlua and rlua. Cool. I am really happy so far. So I'm going to take a break. I think what I'm going to do when I come back is just proceed with the plan. So the plan was to experiment with embedding Lua and Rust. The next was to get Moon Unit back up and running again and maybe port it to... I don't think I'll get to this, but I'd at least like to get this back up and running and then maybe start on porting it to Rust. So what Moon Unit is a test runner for Lua unit tests that I made. You have a question? What's your question, Nimi? Is it possible to decrypt AES 256 in JavaScript client side? Sure it is. I think. I don't do AES, I do RSA. And the way I do that, it's using a certain library. So this might be something to look into. I do this in Game Connection. Game Connection, I think. Crypto. No, it wasn't Game Connection. This is an authentication. Crypto. Yeah, look into Crypto Subtle. I use it to do signing for RSA, but you might be able to use it with AES, and in addition to signing, there's probably a decrypt function too. But yeah, look into Crypto Subtle. See if it supports decryption specifically for AES. I'd be surprised if it didn't. What was Moon Unit? Yeah, Moon Unit's a test runner for... I'll get to it when I get past the break, but yeah, it's so that I can mix C++ unit tests with Lua unit tests. It's not working right now, so it doesn't show up in my lists, but we'll have to fix that. I hope that helps, Nimi. Look up Crypto Subtle. I'll be right back after a quick break. We'll just make it 3 minutes. No problem, Nimi. Good luck. I'll be right back. I'm back exactly on time. All right. I was thinking during the break I should have looked up where that is imported from. Crypto, right? Where is the import? That's funny. I thought you had to import stuff like... Maybe it's just built into JS now? I right-click that, it goes to... Node modules, TypeScript, lib.dom.d.ts crypto, subtle. I think it's just built into the DOM. Anyway. Require? Yeah, I'm using in that program the framework set up by Create React App, and so it pulls in like Webpack and a bunch of other things, and it's using Node, and could probably look in the pack. Yeah, that's right. I should be looking at the package JSON. Yeah. But I don't remember pulling anything specifically for crypto. It's pulling in some things like, you know, phaser in React. Maybe one of these pulls in crypto, or maybe just crypto is just available by default in the DOM or something. I don't know. The framework for JavaScript I don't completely understand. And what Webpack does, and the Babel or whatever it is to basically transpile what I write to vanilla JavaScript. Any step in that process might be doing something to pull in things like crypto subtle, and I wouldn't exactly know, but it would actually be important for someone who's not using the exact same tools and framework, right? But I'm not the right person to ask. I just don't see any explicit reference to crypto, so either it's just always there, or it's something that one of these brings in, or it's something that the tools bring in too, I guess. Anyway, what I wanted to do next was get the Moon unit back up and running. I think it's broken because of what changed in the in TestMate. So I use this plugin called TestMate. Where is it? C++ TestMate. It's designed to run Google test runners. And so what I did is I made a program called Moon Unit, which looks like Google Test, but doesn't implement everything Google Test implements. I implemented enough to trick this plugin to run it whenever it scans for runners. But for some reason it broke. So I'm guessing the command line arguments they pass to potential runners is now different, and Moon Unit is not working correctly, so I need to look into it. So I'm going to go back to this project and just see if I can run it. I'm going to make sure that I set up the configuration correctly. And I did that in my settings, right? JSON settings, and at the bottom, I think I did this. Yeah, right here. So we tell it to, this is how it discovers the normal Google test things. We basically tell TestMate to search the, where is it? The build directory. At any nesting level, look for programs that have the word test in there, either all lowercase or all uppercase or or Pascal case or whatever. And then, I forget what that is. I forget why we had to do that one. But anyway, this is enough to have it find all of these test runners, right? And so I added this one so that it would run Moon Unit. So it should find Moon Unit, but I'm guessing it just can't run it. Or when it runs it, it doesn't get expected results. So I'm going to make sure that I can run it. So if I go under Build VS Code and look for moonunit.exe, it is there, so I could run it myself manually. Moon unit, and then it runs It didn't run every... Oh, right. It ran all of my Lua tests manually, right? So you can see how the output kind of looks like Google test. And I even have it so where if I do help, it will look like it's a Google test. This is actually what Google test prints. So if I do, like, instead of Moon Unit, I do Realm Server test, right? Its test runner, if I do help, does the same kind of thing, only colorized. And if I run it without arguments, it runs a unit test. So you can see how Moon Unit is supposed to look like it's a Google test runner. This is actually going to take a long time, isn't it? I just told it to run all the tests in the entire game. Let's not do that. Okay. So just running this is running all 177 Lua tests that I have. I think what I'm going to do is capture what arguments is it actually passed. And we'll have it print to its working directory. So let's do that now. I remember doing this early on when I was working on it. So flipping languages here. We're on C++ for a while until I can port this to Lua, to Rust. Okay, where do we do command line arguments? Here we do. We do in process command line arguments. Right, so these are the arguments that it's programmed to work with. Path, gtest filter, gtest output XML, help, and list tests. Everything else it will, I think, just ignore or something. Like, what if I do Moon Unit XYZ? It just ignores it. So maybe what we'll do is just print out to a file what the arguments are. So we'll just do this really simply. Using, I already have standard IO, so I can just say standard, well, there's a little bit of cognitive load when I have to switch between Rust and C++ for me, I've noticed. Unique pointer, do I have memory included? I do not. Include memory. Thank you very much. All right, include a standard unique pointer to a file where, and whoops. I'm in the habit of doing that for templates in C++. And this needs to be a deleter. I've done this before, so let me just search for it. There we go. A standard function that takes one. Exactly. A standard function that takes a file pointer, log, and then one of these places that, right, exactly. So we would make it and then, right. So that we would make it by calling fopen args.text or something for writing text mode. And then the closure that takes the file is going to call fclose on it. On the file. There we go. So now we have, this is a trick I actually like to do and I like to talk about. So in C++, we can use C functions that return things that we need to clean up later, and we can wrap it into a unique pointer, which is it's the equivalent to a Rust box. I think it's the closest equivalent. So it's something that you have to move something into it, but it also has like the ability to destroy it when it goes out of scope. And in this case, we can, the default would just be to call delete on it in C++, but we can provide our own deleter, and our deleter for a file pointer is to call fclose on it. So it's a really, I like to do this so that I could use C libraries, but turn it to make it RAII. Resource acquisition is initialization. So this log object, when it falls out of scope, it'll naturally call fclose for us. Nifty, don't you think? Many things in C++ are at top level and standard, like unique pointer. Yeah. There are not a lot of subdivision in the standard library in C++. Yeah, and I have to include the headers. That's why I went up here to make sure I had memory included and standard IO. So you need memory for unique pointer, and you need standard IO for fopen, fclose. We can verify that by control clicking, and you'll see I end up in memory. And if I do it fopen, I'll end up in standard IO. Okay, so that's our file, and I think all I want to do is just, well, I want to print here, so log We do it with f right? Void f, or fprintf. The stream is going to be log.get, and then I'm just going to say moon unit. Actually, I don't want to just, I want to append. W for fopen does a, let's just review the documentation. This is what happens when you don't use something in a while. This would be in dev docs. C, fopen. I want the mode that appends. Is it A? Right to end, create new. Yeah, I want A, not W. Yep, A. So append to the end if it already exists, otherwise create it. So moon unit called with these arguments. And then terminate it with a new line. Okay, and then we're going to, inside of here, put a few spaces and then %s, comma, argvi. And that's all I should need to do. Oh, this isn't quite right. No, it is right. Okay, that's all I should need to do. So build that. And because of the nature of how testmate actually runs, it should be running it now, so I should already have something here. Nope. So is it not calling, or do I need to reload? No. Does it create it somewhere else? What did I call it? args.txt. Oh, it put it at the top level. Okay. It was just called with -- help. Oh. We're already supporting help. So does that mean our help format doesn't exactly match Google test? That's bad. Because I don't know what would be different now. Let me delete that. Let's make sure that that's actually created when I hit refresh here. Yeah, so it's being called with -- help, but we're not printing out something to convince it that it's Google test. Because if I call it myself, build moon unit help, spell it correctly. Oh, I should verify that it didn't. Yeah, so see, it's recording every time it runs. So that means that it only ran it once. I ran it twice and misspelled it the first time. So I'm guessing our output doesn't match what testmate expects. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it, output to a file, and then run another tester, which testmate actually does recognize. So that would be like realm server test, -- help, and output that to another file and then diff the two. So at the top level, we should have files 1 and 2. 1. Select for compare. 2. Compare with selected. Okay, no, so what's different here? Wait. That didn't work like it should have. Hold on. Did I break moon unit then? It's not supposed to print that. It's supposed to print something that looks like that. I thought. Oh. Okay. So I have the wrong assumption. What does this help requested actually do then? That please. Print usage information. That's not right. Okay. So we're not impersonating Google test well enough then. That's what that's telling me. So if we want to impersonate it, we need to actually print out something much closer to this file. I thought I did that. There should be a trace of me doing that here somewhere. I don't see it though. I must be mistaken. Okay, so were we just lucky that it worked like that? What does this text say? Oh, that's right. That's how I did it. I found out that that's the only thing we needed to print before, and I had to say that to fool testmate, and that's what. Yeah. So this is not sufficient anymore. We're still printing that, and it's not enough. What was the problem with Arlo? There's no problem. We're just comparing the two. I should update my current task. I'll show you in a second what this was all about. Right now, I am figuring out why C++ testmate doesn't think my Lua test runner is really a test runner. Anyway, what I was doing before with the Lua in Rust was I was comparing, because I don't know which one I like better. We were comparing mLua with rLua and seeing how they compare. So what I learned from it is they're both just fine. They just have different pros and cons. So with mLua, you have to call out the version of Lua you want, and if you don't provide your own Lua source, you have to also enable the vendored feature. With rLua, I didn't have to do that. But with rLua, we're stuck with Lua 5.3, so there's a trade-off there, right? And then we started with rLua. It was just fine. It required us to always call Lua context and provide a closure in order to work with Lua. Again, pros and cons. mLua doesn't require that, but because when rLua did require that, it also allowed us to get a single result. We could have a single check for errors, even if we have multiple failure points. And so by calling Lua context, we were forced to deal with the eventual error if there was one and deal with it. But the error could originate from more than one place. With mLua, we can call Lua directly, but if we have multiple failure points, then we either have to handle these individually, or we have to end up just wrapping it again with something that will return a result. Yeah, this F. This closure returns a result for us that we can then check once. And so it's just a different way of doing it. I opted to have this with Lua wrapper, which essentially does the same thing as these if-let blocks, just as the convenience to, in one place, catch errors that might happen in more than one place. But the only other difference between the two was the name of the crate. So it's rLua for rLua, mLua for mLua. Everything else was copy-paste. So in my book, they're equivalent to just pros and cons for each one. I don't know which one I'm going to end up using. If you were to force me to make a decision, I think I would go with mLua simply because I have flexibility on what version of Lua and where the source code is. And then I would probably just do this little wrapper here to condense the errors. Maybe not print them, but maybe just return them. So I would just, would I even need a wrapper? If this just returns F of Lua, is this even necessary, or can I just take this closure and define the closure and immediately call it? I don't know. I probably go with mLua because of the flexibility. Yeah, hey there, John Mega. How are you doing today? And hey there, Grey Jack. And Kashanks. Also, I didn't say hi to a bunch of people. Rust compiler's been here for a while. I haven't said hi. Papadas has been here for a while. I haven't said hi. And Nimi was in here before asking a question. If you're still here, hi. Otherwise, hope you had success with that problem you had with the JavaScript decryption. And Ereld, hi. And Infini, hello as well. I'm looking for your chat. I don't see it, so I'm going to have to search. Right. That was about an hour ago. Sorry, it took me so long to say hi. Okay, everyone has been greeted, I think. Hi back, yeah. You can do life. Or iffy. So yeah, Jamega, I am increasingly enjoying and becoming motivated to do more programming in Rust. So it's just a lot more vibrant and well-constructed ecosystem. I think it's because it's more modern, and so the people who've been forming the foundations of Rust have had the advantage of having a clean slate to work with, whereas in C++ it's evolved over many decades. You can just do a lot of things more cleanly. You can specify your dependencies a lot more cleanly. I was able to get these two alternative playgrounds where we're calling Rust from Lua to work really quickly with only minor differences, and the code is very clean, and it basically worked as soon as I got the compiler errors to be resolved. It just works. So one of the biggest things I like about Rust so far is that once I get all the compiler errors straightened away, it works more often than it would have in C++. And so it's telling me I'm catching my mistakes a lot earlier than I was in C++. So in order of preference, oh, Grumpy Game Dev is rating me with 5, hopefully not too grumpy followers. The order of preference in when to catch a bug. One should always be before you even write it. 2 should be during compilation. 3 should be during linking. 4 should be in a unit test. 5 should be in an integration test. And 6 should be after you've deployed on a Friday and your boss calls you early Saturday morning and yells at you about something blowing up. So that's in order of preference on when you want to catch a bug. I guess you could say this is when you manually test it, right? Maybe in here, when you test it manually. This is why you deploy on Mondays, yeah. Never deploy on a Friday. Never deploy, problem solved, yes. So in C++, I'm usually catching a lot of my bugs on step 4. What I'm finding with Rust is I'm catching them on step 2. Now, of course, if you're really good at programming and you catch it before even writing it, it doesn't really matter what language you pick, right? But for me, I really like catching things early, and with Rust, I'm catching a lot of them here. How to solve software bugs, delete all software. There we go. Yeah, this one's a joke. You get the idea, right? This is where you don't catch the bug and someone else catches it for you later, and that's the most embarrassing thing, right? It passed all your tests, you ran it manually and you thought it worked, and someone else like your boss or your customer finds a bug. That's the worst time to catch a bug. So, but the earlier you can catch it, the better, because each stage is built on the previous one. And if you find a problem at, say, step 5, you have to go back and repeat it in a unit test, and which means you're going to be doing some compiling and linking. So each one is more expensive and requires more recovery. Giving compiler work to the programmer seriously? What? Well, the way I see it is Rust is so strict that during compilation it's catching a lot of things that you're doing wrong that in C wouldn't. Yeah, well, lifetimes you only really have to deal with if you get really strict about how you handle data. If you're handling data by references exclusively, you're going to have to worry about lifetimes. If you handle all your data by value and you just clone and you're okay with the performance hit, you don't have to deal with lifetimes so much. So it's like pick your poison. Do you want to get good at what am I saying? If you want to get good at tracking when things are allocated and minimize the number of allocations and copies, then you're going to have to deal with lifetimes. But if you don't have to deal with lifetimes, just clone everything. What is Rust? Rust is a programming language. And there are some streamers you can watch who also use it. I've been learning it in the last month and a week or so. So if you wanted to get started, the Rust book is a great start. So there you go. Welcome to the Rust programming language. Rust programming language helps you write faster, more reliable software, blah, blah, blah. Of course, they're going to hype up their own language. But they explain why you might use it and why you might like it. I like to think of it as a language that has a lot of flashy promises, but is incredibly difficult to learn. But once you learn it, you start to like it. So that was just my experience. The guy behind LLVM thought that Rust is a little too extreme for most type of applications. But eventually Swift and other modern languages get similar features. You can turn the extra safety off as a switch. Yeah. So Rust is like a programming language where everything is super strict. And I kind of like that. But it's, of course, going to be... everyone likes different programming languages for different reasons. Yeah, it's pretty extreme. If you look at the code that we were doing... it gets a little crazy. The stuff that we're doing here with calling Lua was not so stressful. We did have to worry about closures. That's how you do a closure. And the C++ equivalent of that is something like what we're doing. Where was it? In the process command line arguments down here. This is a closure in C++, right? So that being a closure or lambda function in C++, the Rust equivalent would be just pipes with F and then like the same thing, F close F. And if you wanted to, you could put braces around it. So there's a syntax difference to get used to, but the concepts are similar, right? In sometimes C++ is more difficult to read. Sometimes Rust is more difficult to read. That's my experience so far. Yeah. It kind of, if you're familiar with C++, some of the stuff looks kind of familiar, but kind of strange too. You'll be like, what is the : less than? That's called the turbo fish. It is a generic or a template where we are narrowing the types of the arguments to that generic to basically to fit what we expect. In this case, we're saying that the argument we're passing to call has to be a tuple of two numbers, two 32-bit integers, and the result is a string. So that makes this result type be a string. The other way we could have done is just say, hey, that's a string. And then I probably could have gotten away with doing that, I think. Yep. In fact, maybe that's the preferable syntax, right? I kind of like the turbofish, though. I enjoy it. Worst thing about Rust are the damn Rust evangelists, those people you really don't like. Yeah, those that kind of like shove Rust down your throat. Yeah, Chris doesn't like them either. And neither does Primogen. But we're all three of us trying Rust. And the reason, I think, is ignore those evangelists when they get too pushy and dogmatic. But keep your ears open and keep an open mind about the positive things and just try it out for yourself. So that's what I decided to do. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. Mr. Halsey, we played with Lua in Rust two different ways today, with R Lua and M Lua. Had a good old time. We're still working, and I am trying to, now that I know how to use Lua with Rust, I'm going to try to start porting a tool that I wrote that lets me do Lua unit tests. Legend. Let me say hello to you. I don't see the... oh, there it is. Rustations, yes. Silenzy, hello. Waredo, hello. You're enjoying catching up my videos on YouTube. You're not sure if it was linked, but the cargo book cleared up a lot of questions I had. Yeah. So hello, by the way. I started with the Rust book, right? But it doesn't cover everything. So since then, I've learned about that there is a Rust docs, which there's quite a lot of stuff to learn just from the Rust docs. But there's also the cargo docs, and there is a Rust by example. I don't have that linked right here. Rust by example. Yeah. Rust by example is a good one. What I found is that there's no one source of knowledge about Rust. You kind of have to look at the different ones available through the doc rustlang.org. So like the Rust by example, the Rust book, and there's even like the Rustonomicon if you really want to get low level with Rust. But like there's also the cargo document that you just linked, right? That is also under here, so I could just find it if I go to the top level, I think. This, yeah, cargo book. There we go. Now we're in the cargo book. So I didn't read that at first, so I'm still kind of weak with cargo because I haven't gone through that book, but I've gotten all that I've needed to so far out of it. I did notice you, Legendario. Towards the end of my stream, I get kind of bad at acknowledging people in chat. Like, I still haven't said hi to Grumpy Game Dev. Thank you again for that raid. And Storm Dragon. Hope I answered the question about what Rust is. And then there's a Scrum Master here? Really? Scrum Master is here. Hi. And Atlanta King. Hello. I think I've said hi. Okay, there were some other people I didn't say hi to earlier. Muscavish, Jackamus, Vazara, Xanax. Hello if you're still here. It's been a while though. The Scrum Master is here. Scrum Master 757. Okay, so this is what a project I was just working on. Now I'm flipping over to this one where I'm trying to get this test runner to look like Google tests so that TestMate finds it and lists it here. So when I'm in the wrong project again, aren't I? Need to go back to this one. When I go here and hit refresh, I wanted to list, along with these other C++ test runners, I wanted to list Moon Unit. And it's not doing that yet, so I'm trying to figure out why. And it used to be that it was enough to just print out... where is it? To print out this text line was enough. And that's why I said it here. But now it's not enough, so I think I'll go back to actually just printing this verbatim. Yeah, so I think we're just going to print this entire thing verbatim and see if that clears up the problem. And if so, we'll go back to trying to find out what is the key phrase from this that TestMate actually scans for. So, yeah, this is going to be where in print usage information. So I'm going to just comment this out right now. And we're going to go and print verbatim what Google test prints, and we'll see what we can get away with minimally. So paste that, and I need to turn this into a string. So I need to select all of these lines with Alt-L. Double quote, then go to the beginning and put another double quote. Actually, undo that. The very beginning, put a double quote, and then we'll indent the whole thing. Okay, and then all backslashes need to be double backslashed inside of C strings. So // Mr. Halsey is resubscribed for another month. Thank you, Mr. Halsey. Thank you for the support. By the way, Mr. Halsey is making an MMO server in Rust on his channel. You should check it out. Also, if you want to see more Rust development and you don't need as much interaction with the face cam and voice and that kind of thing, Museum's a good stream. His is just different in that he just plays music and you can't see or hear him. But he goes into way more advanced Rust than I am able to do yet. Anyway, two streamers to definitely check out if you want to see more Rust. Okay, the double quote needs to be escaped here, I think. Okay, what else do I need to escape? Or is this good enough? This might be good enough. Oh, I need to put \ends on the ends of all these lines, don't I? Otherwise, it's going to be one long string on one line. So I'm going to go back and do \n. All right, and I'm going to build this, and we'll see what it does now. Got the Japanese. Yeah, I think that's just the music he likes. All right, so when I run help, and I run a real Google Test Runner's help, I should get exactly the same thing, only they do it with... I'm hoping that I don't have to mimic the coloring, because I don't actually know how they do that. Mine does it without the coloring. Let's see if... is it args? Oh, it worked. It went to the next level. Okay, maybe it will show up now. Oh, it did worked. That was it. And it works. It can run my Lua unit tests. So this is the whole point of making this Moon Unit tool. It fools the test runner into thinking it's a C++ test when it's really Lua. It even is really clever, and because of the line number output that we do, we can trick it into knowing where the unit tests are, and we can even show the output. If we can, I could break this, right? I can say, I don't know, what's one we expect? Where's one of our expectations down here? Yeah, like if I change this to 2 or something, and I run the test again, it'll say expected 2. It was actually without a 2. Cool. All right, so now what I want to do is go somewhere between that output and that output. So I want to kind of pare down, what do we actually have to print to convince it that it's a G-test? What if I just delete all lines after here? Like that. Is that enough? Because it used to be that was all we had to do, but now it's not enough. Just have optimized IR and JIT. Oh, you're talking about something else. There's something else like a raw string in C++. Yeah, there's, I could have done it with R. I think it's R? Or is it R? I forget the syntax. I forget what it is. But then I wouldn't have had to worry about it, but it was a simple thing to just escape some of those characters. Anyway, I need to delete args.txt, and I need to run this scanner again and see if it actually... See, now it's disappeared, right? It did help, and it didn't see what it expected, so I need to... I don't know, let's just cut it somewhere else. Let's say... Let's see if we can cut off the last paragraph. All right, I'll delete that. And then rescan. Oh, it found it that time. Okay, so we're making progress. So delete args text. Okay, and now let's try to chop off more. Let's chop off this last paragraph. Did that actually work? Yeah, it's still finding it. Okay, so I can just continue to cut more off. Let's cut this paragraph out. Okay, it's still there. Let's cut more. I knew if I cut that out, it doesn't work. What if I cut down to here? Thing is, what it does is it runs help first, and then when it sees what it likes, it runs these other things. So it's still working. So the test release is delete our log file, and then hit this button, and then verify that the first thing that it sees, the first thing that it does is it runs it with help. It likes what it sees, and so it goes to step 2 and does that. But if I chop off too much of our help output, it doesn't like it. So like here, we'll reproduce the problem again. If I just print that, it doesn't like just seeing that. Now when I refresh this, the Lua goes away. See that? It's like, no, that's not a test runner. It ran it with help, and it's like, oh, it's not a test runner. Hands off. So it's something in this paragraph. Maybe it's test selection? Doesn't need to see that line? And then rescan. Okay, not just that. Maybe it needs to see all of that. Okay, so it needs maybe to see that string in there. There's another way I could do this, by the way. I could just contact the developer of TestMate, since I talked to him once, and ask him, hey, how does your tool detect whether or not something is a Google test runner? So it's in this paragraph, I think. It needs to see that entire paragraph for some reason. So now it sees it, right? What if I do line by line now? How about without that line? Okay, it's still good with that. And what if I get rid of this line? And it's a no. Okay, so it needs this line for some reason. How much of this line? How about we cut it here? I'm sure in his tool somewhere there's just a pattern match to see if like that string literally is present. Okay, and I bet you if I cut off the word them, if I cut the line there, I bet it'll fail. Unless he only pattern matched the beginning? Okay, yeah. So it has to say them, period. Okay, now what about what about not having a period? And okay, we don't need the period, but the M is important, right? Yeah, okay. So there's a pattern match that has to see at least that, I think. What if we delete this part? Nope. Okay, so there's more to the pattern match. I'm gonna guess that we need to see that. Maybe that's what he's pattern matching on now. Nope, he needs more. How about we include those lines? I want to get it to the bare minimum. Okay, so that's good. It's seeing it now. So can I delete this line and get away with it? What are we answering? You saw Rust exploration of tile looks like C++ Lua. Well, we'll get back to the Lua part. You missed that. It was about an hour ago. My plan today is to do... we experimented first to see if the tool I wrote in Rust really is single-threaded or multi-threaded. It turned out it was single-threaded. And then we experimented with putting Lua in Rust. And then I decided that if I got to that, the extra credit would be to try to port my test runner to Rust. But in order to port it first, I need to get it working again. So we got it working, and I'm just trying to clean that up. So we'll be getting back into Rust and playing around with making a unit test runner in Rust that tests Lua programs. What is the test tool called? It's called Moon Unit. And it's just a play on words. Moon is Lua, right? Lua is based on the Luna or Moon. Oh, the VS Code extension? It's TestMate. C++ TestMate. Made by Amate Peck. Add mutexes, pains you to see multi-threaded. Yeah, so we were able to get away without mutexes because the scripts tool that I wrote in Rust is single-threaded, so I didn't have to use any mutexes. The key to that, by the way, was going back to this in the common. Am I in the right place? No, I'm not. Common.r. What? Oh, it's a lib. It's not common. Lib.rs. Yeah. The key was the combination of two things that we are, even though we are joining three different futures at once, so three concurrent things happening, we are executing it with the futures executor block on, which is single-threaded, and reinforcing that fact is that we're able to get this to compile even though we're using non-thread safe smart pointers. That if it was to be multi-threaded, the compiler shouldn't let us send things that use RC that aren't sync. Right? Needed mutexes, Rust wouldn't let me write it without mutexes, yeah. So we would have complained that saying we can't sync with that at some point, right? So it didn't, so we're good. The hypothesis is that if I went to async standard executor, I'd probably get a compiler error about probably the tool, right? Because that's RC, that's not sync. So it probably would, I haven't tested that theory, but you know, we're counting on the fact that Rust has our back. Let me get back to this. I want to clean this up so I can port it to Rust. I wanted to see what's the minimal I have to do to get this to recognize my runner. So is it just these 3 lines? Can I drop that part of the statement? So it needs to see this line and these 2 lines now. Cool. All right. So I've reduced it to these are the 3 required lines. All right. I've been using struct-op. Of course I'll use struct-op. I used struct-op in the other examples. Did you miss that, man? No, you were here, right? I totally love struct-op now. We, where was it? Where am I? I need to go to tools. Rust, source, bin. All 3 of my bins use struct-op now. Check it out. We are using struct-op. We do our command line arguments in 1 line of code. 1 line. And we get to declaratively list what are our command line options, and it even does the help for it. For the tester, yeah, we'll do that. No problem. We will use struct-op when we port it to Rust. So these are the 3 key lines. Those I need in my clipboard, and I need to paste them right here. And remove that line, and then uncomment all of these lines. All right. Let's prefix it with some dashes. And maybe we'll say something like, the block below is required to fool. Should we just call it out explicitly? Okay, this is what the old name was. It's now C++ testmate. Let's just, rename it now. C++ testmate. The block, note. The block below is required to fool C++ testmate. Do not touch. All right. And make sure this works. Because I'm pretty sure what our tool does is it has a pattern match on something in there. Excellent. So it still is detected and we can run our tests. Cool. So I'm going to check that change in and then we're all set to do some porting. I need to remove the instrumentation code I added though. I added that in parsing the command line arguments, right? Yeah, this one. So I don't need this log file anymore or these 2 print statements, and I don't need to do include memory or I still need standard I/O. Okay. That should be all cleaned up. Now we can check that in. Oh, you found the actual change where he changed his pattern? Cool. Let's look at it. Whatever that change was, it broke my tool. Yeah, so if we did a git blame on this line, we could probably find it, right? How do I interpret this? I don't understand. Oh, that's another window, that's why. How come I can't scroll this thing? Okay, I don't like this git blame thing. Can we see what... I would like to see where that line was changed. How would I do that? I don't like this get blame thing. I just want to see a diff from the previous. Oh, I don't want to view the blame. I want to actually see that. Just click it and we'll see it. Where is it? There's a lot of changes here. Oh, is that it? There it is. But what did it used to be? I'm guessing it was done somewhere else. I guess we'll look for... I know that it had... this string was important, so let's see where that... Oh, there it is. There it is. Look, right there. That's the old pattern. Right there. And that's the new pattern. I found it. So it's... He doesn't need the whole line anymore. He doesn't need to say Google test, but he needs to see the list test and the list of names of test. Okay, so there we go. Thank you for solving that mystery, Jelmega. I'll give you a point. Get blame. It has been me all along. No, Matt, the developer of that tool is an awesome person. I don't want to blame them. If anything, I would maybe open a request to them saying, hey, could we just have a magic string that if you see that in the help, you just always consider it a test runner? Because I'd just like to have one stable. It should be part of the API of that plugin, right? That API should specify what do I need to print in -- help to get it to recognize it as a runner. Okay, I don't need these changes. So... Oh, right. Moon Unit's its own repository. So I just need to remove 1, 2, and args.txt. I need to go to Moon Unit. There we go. Should give him a point too? Who? Oh, 715209? Yes. Thank you. Thank you both. Alright. How come Jelmega only says you have 1 point? I thought you had more than 1 point. What happened to your points? Oh, was there some problem with the counting of your points? Hold on. Did I forget to look into that? Actually, that's going to come up a lot, right? Points. Sync issue. Did I fix it, though? It looks like you lost all your points. I think I might know where to look for that. That would be in my to-do list, right? I think I never resolved that. It's like your points got locked up in one of the characters of the game, right? Where would I find this to do? I don't want to go to my planning to do. I want to go to this to do. Nope, I guess not. Points. Spicy Condiment had a problem. I fixed the bug about people losing points. Oh, I think I need to follow up again and look at it. Yeah, we need to get your points back. So let me community. Is this the right one? Or is it... I don't like my own categorizations here. I'm just gonna put it under community. Dang it, lost my cursor. Control enter, right? Okay, find out what happened to the Jelmega's points. There, so I don't forget. All right, anyway. Okay, so those two are added. That's the only diff. Okay, I also changed the name of the plugin. Okay, so we're gonna say update required pattern to fool the VS Code plugin about being a test runner. That's kind of long, but I don't need to sign off on it. Hit that button by mistake. Commit. Push it. Now, let's make it in Rust. It's 4.5 hours in. We'll get it started, but I can't stream the whole thing today. It's going to take too long. So, what this tool does, hope that it's been sort of clear all along, it fools the C++ testmate extension to think that Lua tests are Google tests. So, for example, here is a Lua unit test. It is picked up by this program called Moon Unit using basically an FFI between C++ and Rust. FFI standing for Foreign Function Interface. So when Moon Unit, the program, runs, it'll find all Lua files and evaluate them. And during the evaluation, if the script reaches back into Moon Unit and calls the test function, it registers a Lua function to be called whenever the Moon Unit as a test runner is told to run a specific test. And then if you were to run Moon Unit without any arguments, it will run all of the tests. So if let's just do it here, build-vs code Moon Unit. It'll run all the unit tests, right? And it makes the output look like Google test, again, to fool the extension to treat the output like it would treat a Google test runner. So it lists all the tests here, and it lets us zoom in on any one of these tests. And we could even run debug. In this case, it's going to run Moon Unit itself in the debugger, which is not exactly what we want. But it's more useful to have these run buttons and then the show log. So if we have a test failure, we can get the output. So that's what Moon Unit is. It hosts Lua. It pretends to be Google test. And it exposes Lua test functions to the outside world as if we were hosting a bunch of test runners. And let me know if you have any questions. So in similar to how Google Test has macros to test expectations, Moon Unit has the same thing. So whereas in Google Test you have an expect EQ or expect true macro, here we just have again through the foreign function interface back to C++, we have a function we can call to check an expectation, and that will mark the test as failed if this isn't true and that isn't false, that kind of thing. So like, for example, change that to false, run the test again, it's going to fail. We get a nice red X. It actually tells us what line it was on through a panic, so to speak. A stack trace tells us this line is where it failed. And sometimes the VS Code plugin is smart enough to take this line and know to mark this. Looks like today it's not working, but it's good enough to at least see the line number in there. I think it's because the name of the file got cut off because it was too long. Anyway, because it's Lua, we don't have to recompile. The moment I change something, I can just hit run after I save. So just save and run. I don't need to recompile because Lua is interpreted at runtime. So the whole runner that goes between VS Code and my Lua is right now in C++. Let's try to port it to Rust. The code fits in one file. No, two files. And they're relatively small. So this one's almost 500 lines. This one's a bit longer, 1,500 lines. But most of this runner is wrapping stuff between Lua and C++. So it's doing the foreign function interface. And so we can probably get away with a lot of this stuff being done by the MLua, if we use that, or RLua. 10 minutes? Yeah, we're not going to do it in 10 minutes. Did I miss some stuff in chat? Need atomic counting? Should be quite recent, though. You haven't seen that. All right, with the points thing. Might be here more often starting next week. Score. Finally have a decent apartment and your desktop this weekend. Nice. Hell yeah, Joe Mega. All right. So I think the first thing to do is to just make a new crate. So let's go to where I've been doing. Yeah, this is as good a place as any. Do I just want to make a new repo for it? So it would just be a cargo new at this level, right? I need to give it a different name, though. Or do I? Wait, I could have Rust coexist in the same folder, couldn't I? So if I did like a cargo new moon dash unit, and then I was just sneaky about it, I took the files in here and just move them over to moon unit. That should just work, right? So like take this toml file and just move it there. Take this whole source file, source directory. Actually, this is the file is what we need, and just take it and move it over to there, right? And then just delete this. Can I just hit delete there? Yep. And now, sneaky, sneaky, this is a dual language crate, so to speak. It's got a toml for this, and here I can just... Will it allow me to do that, or is it going to warn me about that? And might as well fill in a dependency here. I think I want to start... I think my favorite today between the two was mlua, because we can be specific about the version of Lua we want. I'm going to do that. And we'll just leave it saying hello world for now. And let me just change the top level cargo toml to pull in moon unit. And we'll put that at the top of the list there. All right, and then cargo check. Okay, it's actually running in there, so it's blocking here. Moon unit RS. Crytek catched Rust bug yet? Oh, Crytek. What was the Rust bug? How are you liking Crytek? And how are you liking Frankfurt? Is it better than the last place? Guessing Serbia likes Rust, making them some money? Rust the programming language or Rust the game? Today we're talking about Rust the programming language. Now, if they were to port Rust to Rust, that would be very meta, wouldn't it? Okay, this thing is going to be broken until I reload, right? This works except for it didn't like my name. It's just the crate it didn't like, right? Now, I can make the crate named moon unit, but have the executable named separately, right? I would like it to do that. I don't want it to collide with the other program, though. Let me see what... Oh, it won't, because it'll end up being under target, right? It'll end up going there. So, this should be fine. Hold on, let me think. We need to go to the cargo toml and fix the name here, but now I need to learn how do I make the executable name different. It had to do with bin, right? Questions on r/rust about the game? Is it kind of like a meme to confuse the programming language with the game? Oh, I see. .rs is Serbian. So it makes them money when people go to that domain. Oh, because people are registering domains in Serbia. That's interesting. Of course, the game was popular first. Yeah. How old is the game? Wikipedia. Where are you? Here we are. Rust. Disambiguator, please. The game. Where are you? There's a lot of things called Rust. How old is this video game? Actually, Rust, the programming language, is older than this. You guys can't even see it. February 2018? Rust, the programming language, is way older than that. Rust, the programming language, is from 2010. It just wasn't as popular as the game, I guess. 2009? So it's older than the first appearance, I guess. Anyway, getting distracted. I want to know, I guess I should be looking at the cargo book, right? How do I name my binary something different? And I don't have a link to the cargo book. Let's just go to the Rust book and go one level up and go down into the cargo book. And I'm guessing it's in reference under binaries. How do I look at that? I don't know. Let's go back up and go under guide. This isn't helping me. Can I look under frequently asked questions? These aren't helping either. Although that's interesting. Anyway, do I want glossary? No. I guess I want reference. I need to find it for myself. Let's see if I can find it before someone in chat does. Is it target? Ah, yes. Binaries. Here we go. So I can just name it with name. The settings for each binary can customize in the bin tables. Okay. So I just have to say bin here. Name equals moon unit, and that's it. Let's put another line here. Cargo built. Can't find moon unit, must specify bin path. Ooh, okay. How do I rename the default binary to something else? That's examples. +12 years in Kubernetes, and Kubernetes is only 6 years old? That's funny. Oh yeah, what's your programming language called? Confused with the night, yeah. I forget what it was called exactly. Oh, did you figure out NIMI? Mr. Halsey help you out with that? Alright. Or did you get something, did you get an emote from Mr. Halsey? Ah, I think you got the emote from Mr. Halsey. Okay, I got it. Noct. Oh yeah, nocturnal. There we go. It says right there, defaults to the name of your package. But when I want to change the name so it doesn't have kebab case, it said it didn't know where to find it. But what would I put for the path? Did I just say source.main rs? Oh, okay, fine. Guess that works. Okay, it's still giving me a warning about it. Oh, I didn't change the oh, wait a minute, I did change. It just doesn't like that name. Okay, so can I just make the executable name different then? Huh. So how do you make the executable name different? Would that... Configuring a target. It still gives me this warning about that. How do I get rid of this warning but name it moonunit.exe? I want to keep the name. Yeah, but I don't care about the crate name. The crate name can stay moon-unit for all I care, but what I care about is that the executable would be moonunit.exe. How can I do that without a warning? Let me look it up. Rust binary camel case. Without warning, I guess. I don't want to have to suppress the warning. It tells me that I can do that, but I don't want to have to do that. And where would I put that? In the TOML file? Because that looks like it would go in the source file somewhere. I don't want to have to do that. At the top of my main.rs, I have to actually... No, but I don't want... I want it to warn about snake case inside the file. I only want it to be the name to not matter. Like, if I have a function here called do it, that we just call here, do it, I want it to warn me about that name being snake case, not being snake case. I want that warning. So if I do what you're saying and just suppress it globally with what it told me to do, warn non-snake case. Was it? How do you turn it off? Not? I don't know how to do. I don't know how to turn it off. Doesn't seem like you can. Allow. Okay, but see if I do that, now it won't give me a warning on either one. What does it not like about that? Oh, that's interesting. It still gives me a warning. Oh, because Rust Analyzer crashed. Reload. Cargo check. It's still giving me a warning. Maybe it's... Okay. So there's hope, because this is maybe telling me this I still need, but I need to put it somewhere else. To be global has to be... Oh, really? Why didn't it tell me that? That seems important. Okay, but yeah, see, the problem is it's not warning me about that one. So, I don't know what to do. Who in the right mind would prefer snake case over Pascal case for functions? That would be Rust. So, Dej Omega, you might not have seen it, but I have the not so favorite things about Rust, and one of them is opinionated naming convention for functions and variables, and that I might use allow non-snake case. But I'm trying to avoid it because I'm trying to get into the culture, so to speak. So like when in Rome, act like the Romans. So I'm trying to get comfortable with snake case, but it for sure is not one of my favorite features. Anyway, I don't want to have to do that because I'd like to embrace snake case because it is the opinionated convention of Rust. But how do I don't think Rust has any business making the convention for my executables any different. Because what this is going to do, if I do cargo build, it'll make it .exe, right? Target debug. So it names it that, right? But if I were to not do that, if I do that, then it's required. So if I comment it all out to use the default, then it makes a moon dash unit. To confirm that, let me delete the old one. Yeah. And that is too opinionated for me. And now it's no longer Rust, it's an executable binary, and I don't want to have to rename it. If you use bin, both path and name become required. Oh, so maybe I can say here bin.name? Can I do that? Would that trick work? Unused manifest key package.bin. I feel like that ought to have worked, because if that's just shorthand for that, because it did give me a clue about that, right? It said that you could create a custom cargo build script that would rename the file after building it. That seems like a hack, though. Maybe I just need to give up and either accept the warning or use snake case. I think I'm just going to accept the warning. So, you know, F it. It's going to be called Moon Unit. Let's deal with it, Rust. So we're just going to do that. And it's going to have to deal. So we're not going to allow snake case. So that I should get a warning for both at first. Cargo build. It's going to warn me in both places. So I got 2 warnings. And then we're just going to fix this one by deleting it. And I'm down to 1 warning. And I'm just going to live with that 1 warning forever. And that's just going to be a persistent nag thing about Rust that I'm not going to like. Until I find a better solution. I think you have to use the bin section. The build.rs is a good convention also. Try quiet. But that would quiet all the warnings, right? If I want to just get a warning about this function only and not about the name, if my objective is to have one warning and it be keep that warning but not that one, how would I do that? If I'm guessing if I do a quiet, it's going to quiet both warnings. Actually, it didn't quiet it at all. I expected actually to say no warnings, but I guess quiet... Okay, quiet removed the finished part, but not the warnings. The only thing you'll force on users of your language are keywords and syntax. Yeah, but what if someone doesn't like the keyword? They're gonna not like it. I'm just kidding. Guess there's no way to do that. Oh, so someone opened an issue. There we go. Let's vote on that one. That's something I would vote for. Okay. Yes. Let's vote for this one. It's open, right? Can I vote on this one? I totally agree with this. Let's one-up it. There we go, one-upped. Let's see what the arguments are. But actually, can we do dark mode for this one? No, this is in Firefox. I'm not going to mess with it. Alright, now building a binary passes name as the crate name argument. Don't enforce it. Have a bin name. Right. The binary name and the crate name ought to be different. Yeah, I would agree with that one too. Yes. I agree with that one. Policy should apply to executables and dynamic libraries alike. It would be great if you could turn it off for the crate name only. That is true. I like that too. I like all these ideas. Now what's done with it? This has been sitting for 2.5 years without being touched. Why is that? I wonder what this is about. This one's recent. Oh, they'd submitted. They're like, okay, we give up. And I think by +1ing it, I end up monitoring it, right? No. I want to subscribe. Yes, tell me about it. Should I put my vote in here? I think the thumbs up here is enough, right? They want to force their opinions on you. Yeah, but for almost everything else in Rust, there are ways to quiet it down and blunt the edge of its opinionated sword. This is the only one so far I've run into that I really don't agree with. I think I'll just leave it with a +1 and watch that bug. So we'll just live with the warning. Let's move on. We're going to get a warning about the snake case, and we're just going to deal with it. And we need to reload because it's lost its mind again. Yeah, it's going to give me that warning forever now. You either need to live with the naming, rename the binary, build script, or use kebab case. I'm going to live with the warning for now. It's going to be a constant reminder that there's something wrong with the world. Kind of dislike modules in Rust since it's just a glorified namespace, not a module. I don't know enough about modules to have an opinion on it myself. But thank you for that link, Silmeth. That was really nice that you looked that up. Thank you very much. You have 30 points now. Wow, welcome to the 30+ points club, Silmeth. Also, Man has switched to their phone, I see, so I need to acknowledge Man 2003 without the underscore in it. And I also see someone was chatting who I didn't acknowledge. KK Hugs, who was asking me before about why we're not experimenting with Rust at the moment. I did not say hi to you, though, so let me fix that. How come I'm having trouble finding your name? There it is. Hi, if you're still here. I might have scared you off by not showing Rust yet, but now we're doing Rust, so let's get some code ported. Let me at least get the command line stuff in. I'm going to suppress this. This is going to be suspended and closed for now. All right. So let me get the command line parser in. So for that I need struct op, right? So go back to cargo toml. And actually I'm just going to steal from my other cargo toml. Here, I'm going to pull this line out. Is there anything we want to steal from here too? Any of these other things? I don't think so. I don't think we need any of this stuff. So goodbye. Nice knowing you. So we have struct op. Now that's going to freak this thing out again, right? Cargo check outside here and then reload. Because that is still broken. Alright. Hopefully it will not freak out now. Alright, so the command line options. The way we did this was like in scripts.rs. We did one of these things. So let's do the same thing here. All right, so so in order to derive like that, I need to pull in by use, right? Okay, and then our options are what? They are not positional at all, so I need to learn how to do non-positional arguments. I think it's with actually, I don't remember. I don't know how to do non-positional arguments because I was always doing positional stuff. So that would be under struct op, right? Struct opt. Probably can get by with API reference, right? I think it's with just long, right? Oh, we have to make them option, right? Right, and how do they know it's non-positional? Short and long? What if I don't have a short? Like, there is no short version of path. I don't know. Optionals? No, we don't want subcommands. I want them to talk about position. Ooh, here we go. Aha, here's the table I want. Type magic. I want non-positional, so... Hey there, Aldev. We're just figuring out how to do non-positional arguments with Rust struct opt. And my task is not up to date. We figured that out. We figured out why, and we fixed it. Now we are beginning the port from C++ to Rust of my Lua test runner. So we have to support these arguments that could come in any order, and I need to figure out how to do that with struct opt. Made optional thing a bit easier to type. Instead of something like option, you just have question mark type. Oh, in your language? Yeah, kind of like C#, where they have it on the right side. Yep, that's cool. So you're maybe going to vie for Rust for most terse language? Because Rust is pretty terse. Pretty terse. Is it just with bool? If it's bool, it's not positional at all. And that's probably what I'll want for... No, I won't want that. I won't want that for path. Oops, I didn't mean to go back. Shoot, how do I go? There we go. Path actually has an op. So it's op. I don't want positional though. I think I want this, right? I want an optional option with optional value. No, I want an optional option with required value. I don't know how to do it then. How do I make dash dash path equals have an argument but not be positional? Yeah, I don't... Oh, so with option, it becomes... But they said here it's optional positional argument, though. So you think that I'm reading this wrong, maybe? If I make it an option string... See, as I want these to be in any order. I guess I could just try it out. So, yeah, it would be an option string, right? Go to this file. So it would be a path is an option string. I keep messing up. And then we need to make... Well, actually, I don't need to make the help say exactly the same thing, but I ought to, right? This is a long string. Do I really... Okay, let's see what it does when I have a really long string here. Okay, and then one more, and then go to the end and get rid... Oh, not this last one. Get rid of those. There. I don't know what it's going to do with that comment. I guess we'll find out. Hopefully it does something like this. And then we have a bool for gtest list tests. And then that has list the names. It has this. Let's see if we can. Let's see if it'll generate that for us. Okay, and then two more optional strings, right? Gtest filter option string. And this we had more information here. /// there and there, get rid of those characters at the end. What didn't it like about this? Cannot be used as positional parameter with default parser. If you want to create a flag, add long or short. I guess we want long, right? So where do I put it, above or below? Above? So like here? I'm just guessing. Is that the right syntax? Yeah, I think I got it, right? Yes. Yeah, and the comment goes above. Okay, cool. It's kind of cool that it gave me that warning right away, or error. Okay, so then one more, right? Okay, it is gtest output equals something. And we don't have a subcommand. All right, and then that is documented here. And this is XML colon. We'll probably have to custom parse that. That's okay. We can custom parse that. All right, there we go. Why the short or long for bool? Because when I didn't do that, it said it was bool cannot be used as a positional parameter with default parser. Help! If you want to create a flag, add long or short. If you really want a Boolean parameter, add an explicit parser. For example, parse try from string. And they refer you, see also to their code, I guess. So apparently to make it a positional, you need to make it a flag, which you do with either long or short. Whereas these, because it's an option, it's implied, I guess, that that's the long name. I guess that's my guess. We're going to test it out. So the way to test it would be to try to run it with no arguments, and then try to run it with a few different arguments and see what it does. And maybe print out the arguments in the debug. So let's do that here. And then we'll do just, I don't know, ops, well, thank you for that follow, by the way. Can I just say debug here? All right, that worked. No, it didn't work. Is it not supporting debug? It doesn't implement debug. Okay, but we can format it, right? We can say print line arguments ops. Oh, sorry. It supports the display, but not the debug, right? No? Oh, wait. I need to pull in a use for that. Right? What was it that I had to pull in for that? You guys have probably already told me in chat. Derive debug on my options? Do I need to do that? I thought I had to pull in, Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Point for you. Debug. So I don't need to do that. I can just say debug, which is a really cool macro. You just put it in line with when you assign it and then just print it out. Okay, so let's run it. Cargo run bin moon unit. Okay, and then if we do help, the help is built in. But I have to do a dash dash here, right? Yep. And it did print that string. I think this will be detected, but we'll find out, right? Okay, it did sort of what I wanted there. Oh, but these, I guess I need to list those also with long, right? Because if I do dash dash g test dash filter equals ABC, that probably won't work, right? Yeah. Does it work without us equals? No. So I think I need to do this struct op long. That's my guess. Okay, there. Can I do it with an equal? Cool. Okay, and then the same thing with output, right? Technically, it's going to have a XML colon in it. So we'll have to parse the XML colon off of it because the original says it's XML colon and then a report file name. Okay, so they didn't test G-test list tests. Okay, now it's true. Now I want to test to make sure it's not positional. So I should be able to do path equals ABC. That didn't work because I didn't put the struct op here. Right? Yep. Okay, and now can I put them in a different order? Make sure they're non-positional. Yes. Cool. All right, we're getting somewhere. So if I run it by itself, we're good, and help does that. And now there was an extra string I had to put in there, right? The original had to have these three things. So I need to say that, then that, then that. We already have these two being said, right? G-test list. Oh, no, we don't. That has underscores in it. Oh, shoot. It's turning them into kebab case. We don't want that. Okay, that's a problem. It needs to be able to support underscores there. How do I make that work? Later, in more advanced use, you can define your own enum and from string and parse the option immediately. You can use long goals. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ireld. See, you guys are awesome. So I have to say comma or equal? Like that? There we go. It works. to preserve that format. There we go. And now it's working again. Yay! I did rename the options. Yay, cool. Yeah, Ireld had the answer. All right. Wow, it's past 5 hours. I'm going overtime, but I'm having so much fun doing this in Rust. I'll just keep going. Why not? Who needs to eat? I should drink some water though before I get dehydrated. Rename all equals snake on the something like that. That's okay. I don't mind being explicit here, and it kind of reminds me that if I didn't do it, it would name it something else. I'm okay with that. For me, it's 2:30 p.m. So I'm like, I get hungry because I, haven't eaten since breakfast. I could take a longer break to eat something and keep going, but really it's more healthy for me to try to keep the stream under 6 hours. Yeah, for me it would be lunch, a late lunch. And then we have dinner like 3 hours from now, 2.5 hours from now. So yeah, my lunch and my dinner kind of get pushed together if I stream too long. I could also just stretch it out till dinner. See if I can survive on water alone. Okay, anyway, we don't need to debug our options anymore. Right? Do we need to check? This will exit prematurely right away if we do a -- help, right? Yeah, you guys are all around the world. There are probably some of you eating breakfast right now. After midnight? Yeah. So the European audience kind of has to go to bed near the end of my stream, the way it usually works out. Unless some of you are like really good at staying up really late. And if so, I'm honored that you're here watching me. Hopefully you're also having fun doing your own stuff. And that I may be just background noise. Okay, let me, oh. Dog attack! The dog's barking at our visitor. Sorry. Barking dog! Alright, let me try to not get too distracted. I want to at least make a little bit of progress in more than just a command line argument, so... Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Search path, report path. Okay, some of these are in our options, right? Actually, these are our options. These are literally our options, right? Except for search path. I'm not sure where that gets set. Option prefix. What is this? Oh, that's path. That's path, okay. Oh, okay, so there is a default then. What is this? Substring 0 to prefix length? What? Oh, this is if there's something after the equals, then replace it. So I do need to handle this default though. The default is the dot directory. How do I add a default here? Default value, that's how we do it. Default value equals dot. You didn't like that though. Is the type wrong? Default value is meaningless for option. Then it's not an option, is it? There we go. I should have let the debug in there because I didn't check that would... We need to test this. Okay, so path is in there. What if I don't have a path in there? What if I have a path that's empty like that? Then it really is empty, but if I'm missing path, it should default to dot. Perfect. Okay, then we don't need the debug anymore. Yeah. You don't need the option then? Yeah, I removed the option. Yep. We still need the long though, and we need the default value. Okay, so then at least I assume we need long. Maybe we don't. Does that become positional then? No. Long is needed in order for it to be non-positional. Yeah. Okay, so that makes it non-positional. This allows it to be optional but with the default value. Cool. All right, so then I think I'm finally done with the command line arguments. So what's next? So we're done with that. We don't. This is all replaced, right? This is handled for us. Okay, then this is the next step. We need to find the highest level ancestor folder of the current working directory that contains a .mon unit file and configure the runner using it. So let's just try to port this part here. All right. Let's just define a run. Well, runner we should pull in, right? How do we do that? Do I have to do a mod? Like, let's put it up top. Use, it's like mod something, right? I can't remember. If I want to have another file like runner.rs, and here I'm going to have a pub struct runner, right? And then later we're going to have it have a configure, right? So we're going to have a impl runner, and in here we're going to put pub function configure, which takes mute self. What is it? What else does it take? And then a what is this? I forget what this is. An error message delegate. Then it would be what? A T or F. Well, this is going to be an error function. Let's just call it E. E where E is a function. Does it have to be mutable? No, it doesn't need to be. How do I declare it, though? It's declared as what? So the equivalent in Rust to that, it could be mutable. So I might as well just make it fn mute, right? And it takes a string. It borrows a string, though. So that would be reference to string. We're going to give it a string, right? So, but it's going to borrow it, right? Yeah, okay. So, and I don't need to say that, right? I can just leave it at that. Should I keep it as a slice? I guess so. I don't have a feeling about when its property is a string, when its property is a slice. Okay, 3 votes for slice. There we go. So this will do something, right? And if we have that, then how do I use it from here? Do I have to do a mod runner? And or do I do something different than that? I don't know, let's find out. So then converting this would be let runner equal runner new. I don't have a new yet. New won't have any arguments, and it returns a self. And it's just self, and there's nothing in self yet. The dog saying hi. And you can use both own strings and also static slices and all the types that can lend you a slice. Use string directly only when you can actually consume resize it. Okay, I'll try to get I'll try to get into that. Dog barking, it's distracting. Okay, so I had a utility in C++ to split a path by slash. There's probably something equivalent in Rust, and I don't know it yet. So let's see if I can learn it. It would be probably path buff, right? Oh, this is async standard. I guess I need to look at the main Rust book. Let me... Rust docs. Path buff, right? You can just call split. Okay. I don't see split. Split. Is it not on path buff? Technically, I don't have a path buff there, right? Struct op turned it into a string for me. This is more strict than path buff. This only work with paths that are UTF-8, which I'm cool with. Do I want to relax this and make it path buff? Can I actually do that? Will it let me do that? I guess so. Yeah, just let struct op do it, and then with the path buff, can I split it though? Or do I want to do it backwards? Do I want to use a string and then use string split? Why do I want a path buff? I don't know, in case I have files that are not UTF-8 strings. I don't know, I guess I don't really have a good reason. Maybe I stick with string then. Because then I would have split, right? Let's stick with string. Do components. Okay. There we go. You're right. Right, we get an iterator. Yeah, this is what I want. Yep. But do we want to use string instead? And split the string? This is a conundrum. Do a path buff and use components, or do I do a string with split? I don't know. Really, it is a path. I don't know. What am I going to end up doing with it? I'm really going to end up passing it back to try to open files, right? So I'm going to end up calling IO, right? Am I in the right place? Oh, how do I read from files again? I don't remember this stuff. Scripts.rs. Let's pin that. Standard FS is what I want, right? So FS, standard FS. Like for example, the there's just a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff. Wait a minute, where do we find the read to string then? What module is that in? Okay, I just didn't see it. What's the difference here? Oh, one is what? I don't know. What's the difference between that screen and that string? That screen. One is maybe the package, and one's the module. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this takes a path. I'm tempted to just use path buff then. I'm in the wrong file. I'm tempted to use path buff here, and then we would do components. I don't know. Maybe this is wrong. You assume standard library is better at parsing paths than I am? Yeah. Yeah, it will be a path. So it's just, that's the more correct type, right? So then const auto becomes let. And then split canonical path. Oh, is there equivalent to canonical path? Canonical path for me was doing getting the current working directory, like making it an absolute, if it's not an absolute path, then make it into an absolute path. And then remove dots and dots out. Is there equivalent in Rust? Let's see. Path buff. Is there a make canonical? Canonicalize. There we go. I love it. All right. So, excellent. So we can say that it is opt.path.canonicalize.components? No. You guys tell me what it was. Okay, it was components. How come I can't do components? What's wrong with... Okay, let's just comment the rest of this out so it doesn't confuse me. There's no components on a... Oh, because it's result. Unwrap. There we go. And I get a components. Nice. Okay. So, components of a path buff. Of a path. The difference between path... Let's see if I get this right. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. Path buff is to path as string is to slice, right? That's my guess. You guys tell me if I'm right. That's what I'm gonna guess. I'm probably wrong. Yes? More or less? Okay. Good. Point for me. Alright, so then when I'm dealing with it and its storage, it's going to be path buff, but things I pass it to will want a path. So that's why this is giving it to me back as a path. Well, components is part of path. Oh, wait. No. Well, then was it canonicalized gave me a path? It gave me a path buff. So how do I get components then? Oh, is it a trait? No, that's the capital. I need a lowercase. Is it path buff inherits? I don't understand something. Path is a struct, so how did we get... Oh, can you convert from path buff to path intrinsically? Is that how it works? So if I looked up path buff, can we... Is it convertible to a path? And that's how it works? Dref target path, yeah. There we go. So it inherits stuff like components. Got it. Excellent. I get it. Components are references to the given path. Their lifetime are tied. Yeah. It's the same thing with the slice. Got it. All right. So this is what I want, right? Because we're going to iterate through them. I don't know why I started with 1 and not 0. I think it's because the first segment was the drive letter on Windows, and I wanted to skip it. I can't remember. I don't remember exactly. Why did I start at 1? I'm guessing it must have been to work on Windows. I need to have it be a drive letter as the first path. Let me see what it is. So debug that. We'll just see what it is. Actually, I don't want the ABC. I just wanted to do the current working directory. What do I get? Oh, that's interesting. Prefix. So this is basically the drive letter, right? And then the root directory of the drive, and then project/omniarena. So that there are 4 elements. 1, 2, 3, 4. So to speak. Okay. Huh. It's interesting how elaborate they represent the drive letter. Okay, so then let's play with looping through and debugging the different paths we're going to be looking through. So, I guess I don't need to... No, I do need to get that because we're iterating different slices of that, right? So in fact, I'm probably going to want to just collect this And then this is a vector of component. What is this? Components. Standard path component. There we go. And then we're going to iterate different slices of that. So for, I guess we could just do the same thing for I and 1 to search path segments length. +1? It's non-inclusive of the right side of the bound, right? You could also collect the components to a vect for printing as a list. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Oh, so you're saying I would not need to specify that? Oh yeah, well no, hold on. It doesn't like me doing that because I'm borrowing it? What? Temporary is freed. Oh, so it doesn't matter what type I use there. It's still a problem. I guess canonicalize is just borrowing it. Yeah, it only borrows self. Okay, so we need the path. No, it's more than that. It's probably that this components borrows. Yeah, okay. So I need to grab the canonicalized path first because we're borrowing from that to get the path segments. So this is canonical path components. No, that's just canonical path. And then the canonical path we're borrowing in order to get the components and collect them. Cool. And I can be generic about the type. But I have to say it's a vector, otherwise it's not, it doesn't know what I want. Okay, I got it. Can you use a map instead? What I want to do is I want to do like, you know, if the path is d:/project/omnirania, which it is, I want to search these paths. First I want to search d:. Actually, why am I searching from the root down? Shouldn't this be searching from that up? Oh, this is going to call configure more than once. Hold on. I forgot how I did design this configure. Does this just add to a list? No, what is this doing? This never breaks out early. It should break out early though. It says highest level though. Yeah, if it finds it, it configures it, but then it still loops. It's not gonna go do the highest level. It's gonna do all levels down. Oh, and any other ones found indirectly? What does that even mean? What did I mean by writing that? Pop and push for path buff? I'm just trying to understand what was I getting at here. Like this is testing one possible path to a file called moon unit, right? But when it finds it, why does it keep looping and loop back up and try the next longest path? And it's searching from the root downwards, not from the bottom up. I don't understand it. I guess this can be called multiple times. Yeah. I think the way I designed the tool is that all the way up the ancestor chain, it's going to try all of them. So it's going to try that. And even if it finds it, it's going to then search down to this. And then even if it finds that, it's going to continue going down. And then it will stop. Right? And why I had 1 there is because we wanted to include the drive letter. So the way it's actually giving me is I need at least to start with 2 of them. And this is, I can't remember if it's inclusive or not, or exclusive. Oh, we'll find out. Why are programmers more creative when naming operators than actual names? I don't know. I didn't even know that was called the walrus and the Elvis. You need to skip the first element, then you skip. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, we don't want to skip it. I want it to be included in these slices. So we're going to use I to slice the vector and form a new path. So I need to know how to build a new path from a sliced vector of path segments. I'm guessing it's just to make a new path. So let well, I had a long name here. Possible configuration file. Snake case equal, this is what I don't know how to do, but in general it would be something like standard path buff new or from search path, well, borrow the search path segments. And that's not snake case either, is it? Snake case. 0 to I. Plus 1, right? No, 0 to I. Does that even work? That doesn't even work, but that's conceptually what I want. And then I want to, like, since we're, I don't know if I could form it in one statement, but if not, then I can at least do this dot push dot moon unit to the end. Time for you to sleep? Okay. Take care, Luma Code. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. Work VPN disconnected. Oh no. See you, Nightshade dude. Start Taco Tuesday? Sounds good to me. Right exclusive. Okay. I don't know how to do this. Maybe it is... Maybe I have to do a new... Okay, I don't know how to form a path buff from a slice of a vector. So I could slice and then collect it? Is that what you're saying? By doing that? Is that what you're saying? No method name collect on a slice. How did I get it different? Can't... Okay, I guess I don't need to collect it. I want to iterate and then collect it, right? I don't think you can iterate a slice. No, you can't iterate a slice, but I can't collect it. Why? Found a reference. Expected a path buff. Okay, yeah, what is it? If I iterate and collect it, what do I get? It doesn't know what it is, but it's going to be a reference of some kind. Oh, probably because I have that. What do I get now? Unknown. So what if I say it's a standard path buff? Then it works. Nice. Yeah. I'm just used to, while I was learning Rust, always putting it that to name it a slice, but you're right. That's if we want to borrow a slice. This is actually from a slice, we're then collecting it into a path buff. Does that mean I can also add to here and get rid of the push? Because you can augment an iterator, right? I can say dot also, or concat. What was it to add something to the end of an iterator? To augment an iterator to return something extra. I don't remember. It's one of these. All any as ref break chain. Is that it? Chain. And then I have to give it another iterator. I just want an extra one. I guess we'll just put in. So now I have to just take what? This iter. I didn't like it. Oh, because I need to say that. How does chain work? Into iterator items item. I don't get it. I don't know. This syntax might not be valid. Okay, iter once sounds cool, but how do I do it like if I wanted to like have Zappa? There's something else I'm doing wrong here, right? There's something wrong with chain and collect that I'm doing wrong. Like the types are not matching here or something. Is that because these are not the right type? I don't know enough about chain to know what I'm doing. Chain. Here we go. As long as I get the types correct, it should work, right? Now, why do I have to do into iter instead of iter? Oh, because it needs to be owned? No, that is not enough. It doesn't take a. It doesn't take it doesn't take a closure, does it? No, that's not it. Shoot. Oh, that's literally what Areld typed, and I'm still missing something. I removed the closure, but still doesn't like it. Why not? It's probably time for me to stop. Type mismatch and resolving an iterator of strings as... Okay, I have too many references or something. Does this need to be iter, not into iter? Nope. Now I'm just guessing. Let's see the error. Yes, let's. Cargo Clippy, please. It expected a slice, found a component. I think it's because these are not path components. It doesn't know how to hook them together, I guess. So, do I have to be like literal here and say that this is a path component? Can I even make a component? I don't even know if I can. From that, can you even do that? I don't think so. Oh, to map them into pathos? I see what you're saying. So we put that into an iterator and then map it, you're saying. So, this would be the, I don't know, component.into. Did I get that right? That's what I typed, right? Except I did component instead of S. It still doesn't like into because it can't go between a slice and a component, a path component. Might want to look at method ancestors, okay. I think my brain's getting tired. Produces an iterator over path and its ancestor. So this is just doing the work for me. Well, I've done the path iteration already, so this will just get rid of doing this part for me, right? I still need to add this to the end of every path. Yeah. What's the detailed error here? Yeah, we can't go from a slice to a path component. Good night, Ereld. Thank you for all the help. You can do map component as ref. Yeah, it's getting a little bit too complicated, isn't it? I just don't know. I don't have the intuition to know how to work with this, but yeah, what if I convert it into a... We're thinking about doing path new with this, right? Standard path buff new component. What does that do? It doesn't like it because it's just probably the wrong type. Or can you not do a path new with... Oh, it's from, right? Okay, yeah, it's still not happy. Yeah, it's just I don't get, it doesn't click with me the difference between path buffers, and components. I think component is a reference into a path, and these are not references, and so I need to connect stuff that is references to stuff that's not references. Yeah, maybe it's just simpler for now. Let me just I'll look at this later. I'll just collect them and then push the extra one in there, so I won't bother with chaining. That will work, right? And let me just debug that now. So debug possible configuration file. And run this. Wrong one. Wrong one. This one. It's still like printing out a long ass name. What if instead of debug we do print line possible configuration file? Oh, I need to say to string lossy. It still puts slash question mark slash. I guess that is the canonical name. And it didn't go far enough, so I do need to add one. But I really should be using the ancestor iterator, right? Because I want to basically walk from the root to the current working directory, tack on, for each of these paths, tack on the name of the configuration file, open it to see if it's a configuration file. And if it is, then we are going to tell the runner to configure with that configuration file. Let me finish this because I think I'm almost done. And then I'll call it, and then next time I work on this, I'll probably try to use the ancestor thing. So let me take Kamundi's link and save it for later. Because that's probably the cleaner way to do that, right? Rather than to have to do this magic with the two... Because this is specific to Windows also. On Linux, that would be a problem. Yeah, this is a code smell anyway. See ya, Gel Mega. I'm almost done, so you're not going to miss much. Should we print that for now? Okay, and then we don't need this. You want to take a link to the spoilery solution? Sure. How about I look at the spoilery solution after I come up with a solution, and then I'll learn what I missed. So what we've done all of that, and now we just want to see if it exists. So if, let me guess, it's standard file or standard FS exists or is. How do you tell if a file exists or not? I mean, I guess we could try to read it, and if we can read it, it must exist, right? But runner here is the one that's opening it, so rather have an is existing. Let's cheat and look it up on Google or Bing. Rust. Check if file exists. Path exists. Path exists. So, okay, there we go. If possible configuration file exists. Thank you. Yeah, commanding does get a point, and so does commanding again. And also Paulo. Let's give you points, because I feel generous. That's your first point, Paulo, and also hello. Actually, I already said hello. Another point for you. So, yeah, the reason I use Bing is because Google will dox my location. Bing does not. When I'm not streaming, I'll use Google, but usually on stream I use Bing. I just haven't never used DuckDuckGo. I could that probably would work too. But Bing has lovely little home screens. Look at this. Look at this nice background. It almost reminds me of Assassin's Creed skyline. Anyway, let me not get too distracted. If it exists, then we're going to tell the runner to configure with... Okay, did I forget to include the path? I think I did. Runner needs a path. So that would be a, well, what's the name in runner.cpp? Configuration file. So, configuration file, which is a reference to a path. Is path built in? No. Standard path. Now it's there. Okay, and then call it from here. Possible configuration file, and that's our closure. So I put this on different lines. Our closure here, which should be easy for me to port, right? That's in C++. In Rust, it's just message. And fwrite to standard error is ePrintline. And looks like the message is just ready to go, so we just ePrintline the message and we're done. Must be literal string. You might be passing, so do I have to be specific here? You can't ePrintline. Okay, do I need to say like that? And then I don't need to say that, right? No, what's wrong with this? Oh, reference. Yeah, you can borrow that. Yes, borrow it. Okay, cool. No, I'm not cool. What is wrong here? Oh, it's mutable. Yeah, runner is mutable. It can update itself. Cool. So let's actually print something in the runner to make sure it actually all works. And that's probably where I'm going to call it. Configuration file is this. And we're not using the error yet. Cool. Run it. There we go. So it found it there. And if I was in the stage and I did that again, it'll look in the stage too, but doesn't find it. Nice, it works. You could take a generic sref path to have a nicer internal API. Yeah, I haven't gotten, let me give you a point for that. I haven't gotten used to you doing that. So let me just try that out. You're saying that instead of an immutable reference to that concrete path, I can just take it by trait? So how would that work? Would I make it generic on this too? Like this? And then say this as ref something? Path, standard, path. That's what you're saying? I can do that? We have a problem with this one, right? That doesn't work. Why? Why do I have to say as ref? Okay, yeah, I don't understand as ref yet. I'll just take it on faith that I have to do that. So that just works the same way, right? Okay, so that's maybe homework for me. I need to study as ref. So I'll just put a note here for myself. Remember to do my homework and look up that. I need to take a break to eat lunch though, so I'm going to call the stream for now. So did plenty of fun stuff today. Figured out my tools are single threaded the way I've been running them. We played with Lua in Rust and tried out 2 different ways to do that. And then I started porting my Moon Unit program, which I fixed, and I'm trying to port it to Rust, and I've managed to get it to find its configuration file. Step 1 complete. Because you don't get a reference to a path, you get something that implements asref path, and asref path gives that something a method asref that returns. Okay, so it could be something, it could be anything that can work with a path reference, including a path buff if I gave it. Whereas if I was explicit about it had to be a path, then it wouldn't work with a path buff. Maybe, right? Although I think path buff can be used as a path because it implements that there are a trait to convert between the two, right? I remember seeing that on path buff. Yeah, it represents dref target equal path. Oh, so it would work with a string too because a string can be referenced like a path? Really? I guess that makes sense because a string is stricter than a path, right? A path is less strict than a string because a path can have non-UTF-8 characters in it. All right, so that's something I need to remember too. String is stricter than path because, so this is our string implies UTF-8 and path does not. You can therefore, well, actually that's the point. So the implication from that is therefore you can use str in a context requiring asref path, right? All right, what extension am I using to mark those spaces as dots? That's actually built into VS Code. I just set the editor render whitespace to all to see that. Yeah. Editor render whitespace all is what I set. Yep, and thank you also to Waredo for giving the answer to that. Yep. All right, so I am actually really happy that I could write that and understand what the heck I was doing. I just needed some guidance to actually make it generic across that and then to add that to get it back to path. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it for here. I need to eat, and I don't know what I'm going to be doing on Thursday. I don't stream tomorrow, but I should be back on Thursday. I just don't know what I'm doing. Probably continuing work on this port, actually. So my schedule's trying to stick to this. I'll be back 9:15 a.m., 16:15 UTC on Thursday. So until then, let's raid somebody, and I'm going to go eat. Thank you for the follows. Who's streaming right now? that I'm following. Maybe someone who's doing Rust. You could be convinced that that's C++. What kind of is a giveaway that it's Rust is when you see this kind of syntax. This just wouldn't work in C++, especially with the where. That's sort of a giveaway that it's Rust. Another thing is that when you see FN for function, Rust is very terse in its names. I was told actually that in the old versions of Rust limited how long identifier tokens could be, and that's what the origin of that was. All right, I don't actually see anyone I follow who's doing Rust right now. Let me broaden the selection process. Tokens were never limited? I thought someone told me that in the early days, either they were limited or they just decided to make them short. Well, I think we'll raid Team Talima today. So let me get the link for you. So Team Talima has been learning Unreal Engine. And she previously had been doing exercises to learn C++. So this is C++ in a game engine. Hope you guys enjoy. You just finished an 8-hour gaming stream? Awesome, Maui. Hope you had fun. I find 8-hour streams really stressful and taxing, but I guess if you're playing a game, it wouldn't be so bad. So I'm just finishing up a 6-hour stream of coding, which is not so chill as gaming, but we try to make it fun. So let me start up this raid. I need to go eat. I've been sitting here, well, on and off for 6 hours. I haven't eaten in that time. I'm really hungry. We're going to raid Team Talima, who's doing some learning on how to do Unreal Engine. I hope you guys enjoy it. I'll be back on Thursday. Let's see if there's any chat that I can handle right before I leave. Been playing 2 games, Euro Truck Simulator and StarCraft 2. Nice. StarCraft 2 I fully appreciate. Euro Truck Simulator I am on the fence of getting. I got too much stuff that I have to do, though. I have hardly any time to play games. Anyway, guys, enjoy Team Talima stream. I will see you on Thursday. Take care. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.